Hey fanfare, I hope you're having a great day. Barry has a great show for you today. And later, the main event is when President Trump takes the stage in Iowa. But first, are you as sick and tired of what's going on in Minnesota as I am? We all know it needs to end, and it needs to end fast. Things are getting out of hand. Listen to James O'Keefe tell this story about his recent trip to Minneapolis. It's absolutely terrifying, which is obviously what the insurrectionists are trying to accomplish.
And I am shocked and amazed at how organized they are. I've never seen anything like this. Every vehicle downtown, they're able to track, run the plates, confirm who they are, get their ID, like they did in my case. They ran my license plate. We're trying to figure out how they're able to do that, where they have someone on the inside of a rental car company, et cetera, and communicate with each other about it. And when I got out of my vehicle, this is like 11:30 in the morning, just after the shooting and before the autonomous zone. Within seconds, there were 5 of them standing outside of a relatively inconspicuous vehicle, interrogating me, asking to see my identification. So I got to give them credit, Megan. I've never seen anything in my life. I don't think any of us have ever seen a group of people more organized. And I warn people, because people are tempted to say, well, this is funded. And honestly, Megan, what I think and what I believe to be true is there isn't some one boogeyman funding all of this. It's a loose network of NGOs, some of which indirectly get funds from our government. But people actually really believe in their cause. And it's a cause that it appears to me that they're willing to live and die for, which is, I think, more terrifying than one guy funding them in a transactional way.
Thank God President Trump put Tom Homan on the job. By the way, we should all be applauding the effort Greg Bovino did, unlike these cucks I'm about to show you. These are a couple of absolute beta males. They disgust me. Unfortunately, there are a bunch of them supposedly on our side.
And I think what frustrates people, you remember Kyle Rittenhouse and how he was made a hero on the right. I am sure there are people on the conservative side who are saying, wait a minute, you mean you can't take a firearm to a protest because you were just celebrating the guy for doing it a couple of years ago? Alex Preddy's firearm was lawfully being carried. It's lawful to carry a gun in Minnesota. He never brandished it. He didn't point it at the cops. And we certainly should not be labeling him as being a domestic terrorist who is going to execute cops. There's no evidence to support that.
If you're feeling frustrated, angry, almost hopeless, like there's nothing you feel like you can do to change the direction of our country as you see it in Minnesota, I've got to tell you there is something you can do. As a former congressman, 18 years, I had a lot of people come to see me about things they were concerned about. When they were respectful but firm, I paid attention to them. The message you should give to your representative is, I sent you to Washington to represent me. And I think what I'm seeing happening in this country does not represent the America that I've always believed in. I expect you to go to Washington and represent me and to rein in these federal officials that are way out of line. Even the police in Minnesota won't work with them because they know they're out of control. Sir, I need you, or ma'am, I need you to go to Washington, and I need you to stand up for all of us who believe in the American dream, who believe in law and order, but also believe that it should be restraint and the rights of American citizens must be respected. Don't roll your eyes, just go ahead and try that. Contact your congressman, your congresswoman, or their staff and communicate this message. It is one thing you can do because remember, the power is in your hands.
Those guys would be the first to fall on their knees when the left knocks on their doors. We need fighters and warriors on our side. Well, Barry will be right with you after this message from Lear Capital.
These people. Yes, Lear Capital. I want to show you guys something as what's going on right now. As you look, as you can see, gold is up to $5,100 plus, up 6 points of 0.12% today. Everything that they're trying to do, people taking profit, it still is up. As for silver, what are we looking at with silver? Silver. Silver is at 107.25. It was as high as 117, I think it was yesterday. And as you heard Kevin from Lear Capital talk about it, there are obviously people who are taking profit, which, they should be taking profit. I told you. I know I'm supposed to say, no, you're not supposed to be like that and tell people I told you so, but I told you so. And now there are so many people trying to figure out what they should do. Should they buy the dip? Should they not get in? Yesterday, we did about a 35-minute interview with Kevin DeMerit. If you haven't seen that, go back and check it out. He goes through everything, where he thinks the price is going to, how people are managing it or mismanaging it, where you can buy, what things are worth, which coins are better than others. It was an amazing interview for those of you guys who are looking at getting into silver and gold, which you should be. I mean, with all the printing and overvalued markets and global unrest, and President Trump is going to be talking about the economy today, it's here. It has happened. Gold and silver have both soared to all-time highs, and I hope you called my friends at Lear Capital and got some. If you didn't, trust me, it's not too late. Experts are predicting even higher prices ahead. Kevin himself said yesterday that he thinks it can go to 150. So driven by geopolitical uncertainty, inflation concerns, insanity in Minnesota, a weaker U.S. dollar, tariffs, all kinds of things, people seem to be unsure. What is sure is gold and silver. The demand is still going to continue, and forecasts are suggesting gold could go even higher, as much as $6,000 an ounce. Now, I understand a lot of you may not be in a position to jump into gold, but I've shown this thing a number of times here. This little 1 ounce or tenth of an ounce piece of gold here that when I first showed it was a couple $100, and now this thing is worth some serious coin. And silver has the potential to reach 150 or more potential. That's why you're seeing big banks and investors move out of the dollar and into gold and silver. Morgan Stanley recently changed their strategy to go in 20% of their holdings are in precious metals. That's huge. Even with markets hitting all-time highs, Warren Buffett has been selling hundreds of millions of dollars of his Apple shares. They get it. They know it's coming. They know it's already here. They understand where AI and what it means to the market. So get yourself some gold and silver if you can. Don't overstress yourself. Call the best in the business. Call Lear. Talk to them. It's a free phone call. No obligation to purchase. They'll even give you a report if you want to learn more before you do anything about protecting and growing your wealth. Prosperity isn't a bad word. People have to really let that sink in. Prosperity is not a bad word. All right, so if you'd like some, call Lear at 800-601-5430. If you haven't purchased, you want to purchase more, or go to learberry.com. Now is the time. Get some silver, get some gold. They'll ship it directly to you. No paper stuff. Or shift some of your dollars that are currently in your retirement accounts over to physical gold and silver. It's easy to do. I've been extremely satisfied with Lear's knowledge, their service, the rapport we've had with them. Many people in the audience, they've loved dealing with Lear. I urge you to call them. Call them today at, what's the number here? 800-601-5430, or go to learberry.com. And you'll learn a lot more. I hope you watched the interview yesterday. So let's get on with today's show.
One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Good afternoon, everybody. We got one show today, but it should be quite a doozy. Let me just run down what we're going to be doing today. Obviously, you know, President Trump has his rally. I'm watching all the monitors, waiting for him to come on. He should be on stage, if depending on where you guys are, he should be on stage at 4 p.m. Eastern. So wherever you are, 4 p.m. Eastern, he's slated to go on stage. He comes on a little bit early. I shall hit the button. In addition, Melania Trump, her movie is coming out Friday. Yeah, the 30th. Her new movie is coming out 30th. They are trying to trash it. They are trying to do everything they can to destroy this movie. If you can afford to get out there this weekend, go see the movie, go support her. Maybe Monday or Tuesday, if I can get a copy, I'll show it on a Rumble jump over. But you know, I'd love to see you guys support her. So I got an interview that she filmed this morning that I'm gonna show as well. So we got the event, we've got Melania's interview. I have an interview with Kim Bright from Brightcore that I'm gonna show you as well. And this morning, President Trump, as he was walking out to to Marine One, he did his usual gaggle. Now, before you start saying anything, understand it's loud. I don't know why they put the helicopter right near the microphones. I still don't understand that. Maybe it's safety reasons or something. I'm pretty sure some of the people around President Trump have said, can we do this someplace else? Because you hear the engine and he's trying to talk and they're yelling questions at him. It's not the best place to hear, but we've got that to show you as well. So let me jump to that so you guys can hear President Trump as he's leaving the White House this morning.
Mr. President.
I had a great conversation with the highly respected president of Syria, and all of the things having to do with Syria and that area working out very, very well. So we're very happy about it. Tom Homan, as you know, is in Minnesota now. He's meeting with the governor, and he's meeting with the mayor, I think, later. And I hear that's all going very well also. I'm going to Iowa. Some of you are coming with me, but I'm going to Iowa. And what can I say? The economy is good. It's all good. Prices are coming way down. And we have a lot of very positive news.
Do you believe that Alex Cuddy's death was justified?
Well, you know, we're doing a big investigation. I want to see the investigation. I'm going to be watching over it. I want a very honorable and honest investigation. I have to see it myself.
Is Kristi Noem going to step down?
No.
The president of Venezuela said that he has not taken orders from you. What do you say about that?
Well, I don't.
I had to jump in here because that's some big news. No, Kristi Noem is not stepping down. See, one of the problems I have with the media is that with everything he has going on, you guys realize the reason he has these rallies, the reason he has these little gaggles is because they won't talk about the good things that are happening in America. Everybody wants to talk about firing Kristi Noem and Greg Bavino and the guy that got shot in Minnesota when this much of the population gives a crap about that. But because they have nothing to talk about, this is all they can gin up. Even on Fox, by having moron Trey Gowdy out there talking crap, that's all they can muster up is talk about the stuff that happened in Minnesota where the guy got shot. How about what happened last night? How about the fact that these people got scooped up like snow on the street? How about that the fact that the ICE guys were giving them the middle finger and mooning them from their rooms? How about all the stuff that's good? How about America resounding? No, let's talk about the guy that got shot. Oh no.
Exactly what's going on there, but I haven't heard that at all. No, we have a very good relationship.
What about
I'd like to see interest rates go down. Everything else is going down. We have the energy and fuel going down. We have gasoline in many states now at $1.99. Groceries are going down. We inherited a mess with very, very high prices, very, very high prices. And I will tell you, we've made a lot of progress. So we have the groceries going down. We have the energy going down. We have gasoline going down at a record clip. And that's what I want to do. We're doing well. Well, I'm looking at that whole situation. I love everybody. I love all of our people. I love his family. And it's a very sad situation. Yeah, please. I am, yeah. I think she's doing a very good job. The border is totally secure. You know, you forget. We had a border that I inherited where millions of people were coming through. Now we have a border where no one is coming through. They come into our country only legally. So you have to remember those things. You know, people forget as soon as you accomplish something, it goes into history and nobody ever wants to talk about it. We had a border that caused all of this problem. Biden caused, and the Democrats caused this problem. They allowed tens of millions of people to come in. Many of them were murderers. Many were drug dealers, drug addicts, people from mental institutions. They allowed these people to violate our country, to come into our country. And that's what we're talking about. So if you remember, we had a horrible border, the worst border we've ever had, ever in history. People were flowing through by, we think, 25 million people, not to mention drugs and everything else. And that border is absolutely closed.
Mr. President.
So well, prices are coming down. The border is really strong. You know, if you remember, I probably got elected more than anything else on the border. We had a border that was open with 25 million people coming through with an open border policy, which was insane. And that's the policy that caused the problems that we have. With all of that being said, other than, I would say, just to put it accurately, Minnesota, and in particular Minneapolis, because it's not all of Minnesota, every city that we've gone to has been, like, literally crime has gone down 50, 60, 70, 80. In Washington, it's gone down. There's practically no crime. You know, Washington is a great example, but you take a look at other cities, Memphis, Tennessee, the crime is down 78%. And you know where else it's down? It's down in Minnesota. It's down in Minneapolis, and it's down very much because of the fact that we're there. So we the fact that we have to take murderers and drug lords and people from mental institutions that were dumped into our country through open borders of the Democrats, of Biden, and we're doing a great job. The other thing is that Tom Homan is there right now. He's with the governor and he's with the mayor, and I hear things are going very nice. We're looking at some very good things happening when Ukraine and Russia. Very good things are happening when Ukraine and Russia.
Mr. President, where do we stand on Gaza, Mr. President?
Many times are going very well. As you know, we got the last hostage down the body of the hostage. A lot of people thought that was impossible to do that. All of the hostages back, both living and dead. And I can tell you, your parents can really appreciate it.
What about the
said, you know, we can't have guns. We can't walk in with guns. We can't walk in with guns. We can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate
Breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
All right, so gird your loins, get ready. Here we go again. Border Patrol and or ICE, there was just another shooting, this time in Arizona. There was a shooting in Arizona, and the victim is being airlifted to the hospital in critical condition. So we have another ICE Border Patrol shooting. This one is in Arizona. It seems as though at this point, here's the information thus far. Not going to jump to anything. We just have the information. Individual in critical condition after an ICE, I think it was actually Border Patrol, related shooting in Arizona, with the person being airlifted to the hospital with no additional information having been released. NBC News, one person in critical condition after being shot in an incident involving Border Patrol, not ICE, Border Patrol in Arizona. The individual is in custody and receiving care according to law enforcement. So here we go again. Everything President Trump has been talking about is they're going to wipe it off the front page, and all they're going to talk about is, here we go to another person shot. If you confront ICE, Border Patrol, any cop, your local cop, if you resist arrest, if you're not supposed to be there, if that officer has as much right to go home as you do. I don't understand. I'm not going to jump to conclusions. I'm not going to say the guy was right. I'm just saying that somebody got shot again. And before everybody gets all the information and understands what's happening, you're going to see the army of people on the left just complaining before they even know what the story is. Just understand this is what you're about to see for the next couple of hours, which is perfect for them because they can push President Trump and everything he's doing right off the front page. I don't know. No other details. I'm sure by the end of the show, we will have more details. But as of right now, we don't. And so I'm not going to speculate. Just wanted to give you that breaking news, and we'll find out more as we go. But I think one of the things you can see without even having to worry about the details is this isn't stopping. This is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. It is going to snowball. There's going to be violence across the country. These people are going to strike back. They are building these rapid deployment networks. They're checking people's license plates. They're going to find out where people live. It's going to get ugly. Like right now, most of the craziness has been contained in Minneapolis and around Minnesota. But as you heard James O'Keefe say, they're very sophisticated. They're very well funded. I'm going to take it a step further. If you've got people that you follow who are like Trey Gowdy or otherwise who are saying that we should calm it down, we should bring it back, I wouldn't want to be around those people in a foxhole. I would not want to put my trust in people who aren't prepared to fight, who aren't prepared to be warriors, as I said in a post earlier. I'm over the limp-wristed people. I don't understand how you acquiesce the way you did. What's really funny, a lot of people were texting me about John Fetterman. Oh, John Fetterman, he looks like he's becoming more moderate. Yeah, that worked in like 24 hours until they must have got to him. This morning, he issued a statement saying Kristi Noem should be fired. They don't let people get out of line. They get spanked and they get put right back where they're supposed to be. But we've got too many opportunists on the right, too many people on the right who understand if I can talk sensationally and I can get clicks and likes and cause controversy, I can make money. And they are not understanding if for some way that these people were back in power, they are not going to say, oh, you were on our side. No, you're done. They're going to come for you. I don't think these people understand the threat. I think maybe they think they make enough money where they'll be above things. How are you above what you've seen? When you've seen these people take down license plates, knock on doors, come to people's homes to find out, were you one of them? Unless, of course, they are going to be like Peter and say, no, I was wrong. I should have never been. You're seeing that capitulation all over X. Oh, I was a 3-time voter, but not anymore. Not me. I don't want to be around this stuff. Don't come knocking on my door. Pussies. Sorry. That offends people. Pussies. If what kind of intestinal fortitude is a man do you have when you're posting, I voted for him 3 times, but I didn't vote for this? You're lying. You're terrified. You are completely eviscerated, emasculated, because he's not doing anything he didn't say he was going to do. Oh, is it too rough for you? Did you think these people would just kindly leave? Did you think the Democrats would just, hey, here's the door. Go ahead, you need to leave. Mr. Trump's in office now. Did you think that was going to happen? I would love to get some of these people, they'll never come on here, and say, what were you thinking? How were we going to do mass deportations? Where was the line that these people were going to sign up to go, yep, take me. Yep, here we go. Me and my wife and my 2 pueblos here. We'll all go. Let's go. Yep, where did you think that was going to happen? So when you tell me you voted for Trump 3 times, but you don't stand for this, means you never stood for Trump. Let's get it straight. When Trump said he was going to do mass deportations and all of us went, all of them, get them out. And you faked it. You went along with it because you got some clicks and likes and some views. It was easy. Oh yeah, you're one of us. Yeah, let me watch your channel. And now that the 2026 is coming up, and maybe you might want to get behind some other people, or some people are paying you to sway people this way, that Trump guy's toxic. Then you were never for Trump. You were never for MAGA. At least be a man or a woman and just come out with it. Nope, I'm not down with this. So what were you down with? Well, I thought we were going to get all the information on the pedo stuff. Okay, I concede that to you. What does that do for us? What does the lust to see people arrested do for you? Whereas, how are you not okay with getting all these people the hell out of here? One of the problems I think we're seeing is not enough people realize at this point that you are in a civil war. I want to play something for you before we get too deep in here.
So that need prosecuting. That's how they're protecting them. In many respects, we're looking to slow motion civil war here. I mean, New York is essentially seceded, and Minnesota have essentially seceded from the Union. The whole legal systems are opposed to what the federal government is doing. Jonathan Turley, who is a First Amendment specialist, wrote recently that New York is the land that law forgot, because normal legal norms simply don't apply there. What happens is what the Democrat operatives want. And of course, this is not a government under law. So in effect, New York is seceding from the Union. And that's why I think ultimately we're going to have to go to the Insurrection Act, and we're going to have to go to the wholesale impeachment of judges. I mean, all these judges brought in by Biden, I think he had one or two white men, both of whom were gay, something like that. All the others are women and people of color and so on. And they delivering the most extraordinary rulings, disregarding the plain letter of the law. Ultimately, there's going to have to be purge of the judicial system.
This wave would encapture everybody. There's nobody who's going to have an easy time here. The way of life that you're accustomed to, if these people get their way, they've already told you, they're talking about they don't want ICE agents to ever work again. People in California like Eric Swalwell, we're going to make sure they never work again. We're going to prosecute everybody. You see what's happening in Virginia. I can't even imagine how people in Virginia must feel right now. They got sold a bill of goods that she was a moderate. You're talking about Cruella DeVille. Everything's going to be okay. And then you find out her very first day, she opens the gates to newcomers and she wants to tax you out the wazoo. And now you're all trying to figure out if you can buy a house in Florida. You can't retreat. You retreated in November. You thought that, Trump's a little bit too tough. Here comes this woman. She can't be as bad as everybody says. And yeah, the Civil War has set foot on your doorstep. We're taking your money. We're not going to charge people who do these kind of crimes. We're going to bring in as many people from other countries as possible, and you can go screw yourself. What makes you think they won't do it where you live? What makes you think that somehow you're going to be protected or excluded from the wrath of these people? Mondami up in New York put out a post today, recommended people to do something, to read a book while schools are shut down and the weather is bad. Go ahead and read this book. It was about these people. The mayor of New York City told people to go read a book while you're, home, and it's all about Transformers and stuff. You're not going to escape it. It's funny because people down here are now talking, okay, what do we do in case something happens? Well, you're going to have to prepare yourself. And I'm probably one of the few people who at this point seems like a doomsayer, but I just keep seeing what's happening, and I don't see them backing down, and I keep seeing how technologically advanced they are with all their communications, with all their funding, and what their objectives are. Are you looking at their objectives? Forget the fact that they're taking the cling danglers and making all kinds of noise in the street. What do you think their objective is? Their objective is to destroy America. So if you know you have an enemy that's looking to destroy, not coexist, not to try, can we influence this and get some of the laws passed on our behalf? No, they want the laws to be rewritten. They want the Constitution to be thrown away. And so it sickens me when I see cucks like Trey Gowdy and what's the other guy's name? The former guy there. Crazy. No, you can't do that. That's like asking some guy, hey, when you sleep with my wife, can you take it easy? These are the type of guys we're talking about. Take the cuck chair and watch what happens. You might as well take the lock off your front door because you're telling everybody you got no spine, no backbone whatsoever. You guys are all bucking Trump at this point, thinking that somehow you'll be excluded. We'll be all right. We didn't follow Trump off a cliff per se. I don't know about you. I can't stand losers. I can't stand people who compromise their principles. And yes, people can change their minds, but in this regard, there's no mind to change. I mean, even if you don't like President Trump, one, he's the president for the next 3 years. Number two, we have no idea what's going to happen in 2028. Number three, good luck in your own area as this infamia grows. You don't think it's growing? Do you really not think it's growing? Do you not really think that there are certain politicians in certain areas who are bowing to these people? Yeah, look at this.
This is what Minnesota looks like. I said it earlier, fuck these cameras. I'm not here for y'all.
We love
but
him.
the fact that you are here, sir, shows me that you're willing to lead by example. Everyone say by example.
By example.
By example. What are we talking about here? Is it in my Kool-Aid? By example, yes.
There's two ways you're gonna play this game, pimp. We were nice. His brother was a nurse. Now they're willing to kill our nurses. So when you go back to Capitol Hill, tell them I said it.
You have a United States congressman talking to some street thug who says, when you go back to Washington, tell him I said, and he's nodding. Tell him I said, don't come here with that stuff. I understand. Can I have my nuts back? No, I own your nuts. I shall keep your nuts here. You now are bowing down to me. Tell him I said so. How can any man, especially somebody we've elected, look themselves in the mirror and have some thug who probably can't spell his own last name tell you what to do? Tell him I said. Brother, I understand what you're thinking, but stop telling me what to do. I'm a U.S. congressman. I don't care. See, these people are ruling the streets. What you're looking at is cuckdom, complete cuckdom. No man can talk to another man like that who's supposedly an elected official. Hold on, let me cut to this insanity.
They're protesting in the right place.
Right.
They're in the Minnesota State Capitol, right? They're not out in the streets interfering with law enforcement.
Right.
So, there's a fellow there wearing a T-shirt or a hoodie that says, always film the police. That's where they start to get into trouble. I mean, if you want to film them from a safe distance, that's one thing, or take video of them, nobody films anymore. But when you get right up in their face as they're conducting operations, that's when things go south very quickly, as we saw this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. And there are a number of historical examples where the federal government had to get involved in a heavy-handed way in enforcing federal law when both local officials...
I'm done. I'm so done. And I'm not letting people get in my face.
If they bring their asses here, fucking with us, it's gonna get worse. But what we're choosing to do, everyone say choosing to do.
Everybody say choosing to do. Oh, say the words. Say the line. Choosing. Wow. They're rewriting the Stepford Wives. Oh my God. So everybody said what I said. Don't let me have to get mad up in here. Say choosing.
Say it with your chest. Say choosing to do. What we're choosing to do is we're choosing to be civil. That's what happens in America. That's what we need. Every morning.
He just said that's what we need. He just yeah, you're right, sir. Yes, warlord. Yes, I understand. Right now, if Ro Khanna, who is the congressman standing there, if he were to say something they don't like, they'd beat the crap out of him. You went there to completely, yes. Say the word, say yes.
Every morning I'm here, bro. We have said the Pledge of Allegiance with our hand over our heart. We love this country, but we ain't buying for the bullshit. Okay? One thing that I will say to you, man, in front of all these people. You got kids? You got family. I got kids. Who got kids? Raise your hand.
Who got kids? Who got the kids? Who got the kids? If this wasn't real, you would think this was something from Saturday Night Live. I don't even think Saturday Night Live could write a skit this good anymore. This is serious comedic relief. And for those of you with sensitive ears, the reason why I left the bad words in, because this is who the enemy is. The enemy doesn't come with bleeps. The enemy looks you right in the face and tells you what they're going to do. And you got to be in a position where you're like, I ain't having this. No. All you people here, no. Hey, you hear me? You hear me? Yeah, we ain't having this.
All right. So at some point, we are going to have to give our kids something. Yep. We was out here the other day, 29 degree negative. But we out here, right? Yes. All right. So if we out here with 40 degree negative heat, my friend, we out here now. So I want you to go back to Capitol Hill, and I want you to tell them you spoke directly to me.
Excuse me. I didn't get your name, Mr. Warlord. Who the F are you? I don't see you having a badge. I'm pretty sure you haven't been elected to any office. Jacob Fry hasn't introduced us. Tim Walsh, I don't know where he is. Who the hell are you? I'm from the 5th Street Mob. And I want you to deliver this message.
Directly to someone that's on the ground. My name is Michael Wilson, common spelling, Michael Wilson. You're cold, I'm cold, but brother, I love you. Our job in this country is to protect from enemies foreign and domestic.
Yep. All right, at least he's honest. He's telling you, we're enemies. People on the right don't get it. We are the bad guys. They are willing to do whatever's necessary to protect against the bad guys. So I just wonder what you're ready to do, because you can hear what they're ready to do. They're telling a congressman, scuttle off and tell him, Johnny the Warlord sent you. Don't make me have to get mad up in here. You understand that, right? Yeah, you understand that, right? Now be on your way. You're dismissed.
One thing I guarantee my life for, going forward, now that I got you here. Yes. Every single day I'm out here with the Pledge of Allegiance. Every single day I'm going to do a nurse roll call. We got any registered nurses out here? Nurses?
I'm a nursing assistant.
All right.
Hey, that counts.
Now, I got nurses out here, bro.
Engineer.
Hey.
From Chicago.
This is what you, and not saying you, because I know what side you're on.
Oh, he's on the good side. See, now, they understand the rules of war. They understand that there are good guys and bad guys. You're with us. See, that was the messed up part about this. Ro Khanna should have said, I'm only on one side. I'm an elected politician. I am elected. I am elected to represent. Oh, by the way, what in the hell are you doing in Minneapolis? You're elected in California. You're elected to serve the people halfway across the country. And this guy's telling you, you need to go do something. And by the way, you're with us. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be standing here too long, because them other people, we got problems with.
I want you to leave here with hope. Yes. I want you to go back and tell them I left here with hope. I spoke to a young man. He put his heart on the table, but we put our hearts on the table. You know why? Because, sir, we give a fuck. And because we do it because we love our country. We do it because it's the right thing to do. But more importantly, this young man could have saved 10 to 20,000 lives in his lifetime. Come on now. So whatever y'all choose to do, I'm gonna talk to the cameras like I did earlier. Cause I didn't even come out here to speak. But now that we got these cameras out here for your live feeds, we're not gonna be negative. But thank you, sir. This means a lot to me. It means a lot to me what you're doing. So whatever you need. And your story is there? I'm the
You know, unless people see this kind of stuff, they probably don't know it's actually happening. They don't realize that this kind of stuff is actually out there because it's like third world stuff. You know, Snoopy, the freaking warlord there, is running the area. And I'm the one you need to report to. And go tell your people what's going on. And damn if I don't see Rokana on TV tonight telling people, I spoke to Larry the Warlord, and he said this is what we need to see happen. And the people at MSNBC would be like, yes. And now there's people on the right going, yes. We had to come together with Larry the Warlord. If I were in front of that guy, he and I would be doing battle. He's probably got 30 years on me, so he'd probably, hurt me. But I'm not kneeling down. I am not going out like that. And I'm watching these panicans and what do they call them, black pillars and all these scumbags is what I'll say, over there basically doing the same thing in a different way. We need to back off. These are not people you want to be around when the shit hits the fan. They're getting ready. We got people tweeting and posting stuff. They're not ready for this. Yeah, I'm going to show you another thing that you're probably going to think, is this real? Oh, it's real. It's part of the training program.
In through your nose, out through your mouth. Now listen, not to the noise, not to the spin, not to the comment sections. Listen to your body, that tightness in your chest, the heat behind your eyes, the tremble in your hands. That is not weakness. That is your conscience still working. When I say they, I am not speaking in code today. I mean the Trump administration's immigration enforcement apparatus, ICE, DHS, Border Patrol, and the political leadership directing and rewarding these tactics. We are here today because something has gone wrong.
The heat stuff he was talking about behind his eyes, he might want to go check that out. I mean,
it has gone wrong on purpose. In Minneapolis, in places you reside, in places you can name, and in places you cannot. And before I say anything else, I need to say this plainly. The people of Minneapolis are not the problem. The courage people have shown, the discipline people have practiced, the way neighbors, educators, organizers, and everyday folks have refused to look away, that is what leadership looks like. Renee Good should be alive. Alex Pretty should be alive. And the people who have died in DHS custody and at the hands of ICE and Border Patrol across the country should be alive. Let's tell the truth without flinching today. Federal immigration enforcement under this administration is not here to keep us safe. It is killing people, beating people, terrorizing families, breaking car windows in front of children, detaining human beings like disposable objects.
So you oversee the voter rolls.
So what you're hearing is, in no uncertain terms, is an indoctrination. These people are literal zombies. These people are being crazed, but they're being organized and they're submitting to these nuts. They are out there going, I mean, this is what's happening. And they're not going to stop because you decide you're no longer a Trump supporter, because you got something they want. You've achieved. You have a home, boomer. You don't need real estate. Everybody should be able to live wherever they want for free. Give me that extra bedroom. Oh, you got this car? You shouldn't have this car. They really do believe live in the pod and eat the bugs and you own nothing and be happy. And they know they're caught. They know at this point that they are stuck. This guy here there's no reason why you wouldn't want to share the voter rolls. The only reason you wouldn't want to share the voter rolls is because you're afraid there's dead people and newcomers all over it.
What kind of information do they contain? What do you think Bondi is after? Are they going after undocumented immigrants who would vote? Although I would guess there aren't that many of them, if any.
Well, here's what they want. They don't just want the public stuff, which anyone can get, name, address, voting history, stuff like that. What they want is very personal, private, sensitive data on millions of people, namely social security numbers, driver's license numbers, military service history where applicable. And this is already in litigation. Like, we're in court on this right now. They've asked for this information from dozens.
You know, one of the questions I have when I hear them fighting over the data, you have it. The fact of the matter is, this isn't data that we're extracting from the people. This is data that you've already extracted for them. This is data that you were using for certain things, but you run a federal election and you don't want to give up the data on federal elections. Why? Why is it you don't want people to know who is voting in our elections? How are you? Oh, that's right. You don't verify. You want anybody to vote anywhere, which is how your town is going to be run over. Because if they get away with it, they will bring the same strategy to your town and you will have whatever they need, how many, whatever that number is. Hey, we need 2,500. We need 3,000 people to break the bank in Little Town, USA. And then it's over. Then you got nothing. Then you end up being the Mayor Fry and you see what's happening in your city. And you don't hear the Republicans trying to fight back.
Of states, the vast majority, like Minnesota, have said no. There are multiple lawsuits going on, including in Minnesota right now. So that's what makes this particularly puzzling. Why they want it? That's a good question. That's sort of key to the legal arguments here. Our legal position all along, before this weekend ransom note from the Attorney General, was that state and federal law don't permit them to get this data. And so what she's basically asking us for in this letter is to hand something over which we think the law precludes her from getting under these circumstances.
Well, explain it.
Understand what she just said. He just said, we think, which means they don't know, which means it's going to end up in court because they're trying to fight having to turn over federal election data. So this war is ongoing in multiple fronts. You got it in the street, you've got it in the voting records, you've got it in the media. I mean, I never saw Jake Tapper. I've never seen Jake Tapper get to a point when he's talking to somebody when he realizes I just can't with you people anymore. He does that here.
I understand that, but they take people to Fort Snelling here, which literally was built as a concentration camp, and Alligator Alcatraz, which I think we can all agree is a concentration camp. I'm not saying they're Dachau. I'm not saying they're putting people in ovens yet, but these are concentration camps.
Okay.
I don't need to argue with you about
that.
Yeah.
The Saturday.
You know, when you get Jake Tapper going, you know, he got off that interview and went, these people are crazy. These people are nuts. What do we do about these people? I got to move. I got to quit CNN and just get the hell out of here, because the problem that he now sees, which I'm sure a lot of people on the left see, I won't say left, Democrats, is that these people believe this stuff. It's at some point, I think they watch The View and they look at, Whoopi and Joy and they're like, oh, they're just saying stuff to say stuff, which probably is the absolute truth. But then you see real nuts. You see these real people, and you find out what's behind the curtain, that they really believe this stuff. You see in the eyes. There's no coming back. And that's one of the things I have a problem with a lot of the people on the right is there is no reaching across the aisle. Do you understand there is nothing you are going to say other than complete acquiescence that is going to make them happy? Try it. Have that conversation. Find some of these rabid people on X and ask them. So I understand that you want to see all MAGA be dragged through the street and then eaten by wolves. But if I were to embrace your ideology, could we then come together and work on things? Go ahead, try it. See what your answer is. They want you dead. They want you thrown out of your house. They want you pulled out of your home. There is no middle ground. People who think that there's moderates, there's no such thing as moderates anymore. They have all pushed their chips in all the way. We want to be zombies. And the ones that might not want to, they can't say anything. They don't dare say anything. They have been browbeat into complete submission because they know they will be destroyed personally. You imagine being an entertainer in Hollywood? Imagine being on a sports team. Imagine you saying something to Steph Curry and saying, hey man, I don't think that was right for you to say. Your own coach would rip you. You'd probably get traded. They don't even have the intestinal fortitude to stand up in the locker room. How do you think they're going to act in the street when Larry the Warlord comes up and says, talking to me now, I'm the boss here? Okay, yes, I understand. And that's what you're seeing on the right. Instead of being worried about their livelihoods, maybe they should be worried about the country. See, I know. Just to let you know. And that's why I'm making sure I diversify, and I've got gold and I've got silver and I've got this podcast and I'm buying real estate, is because if any one of those things goes down, we're good. You need to build your safety net. You need to make sure you have a parachute. You need to make sure you have a plan. Because if you don't have that parachute, if you don't have that go bag, what are you going to do? Because these people don't sound like they want to support you. They sound like they're such lily-livered wussies that when the door knock comes for them, they will get on their knees. You're going to see it. I mean, there's no explaining other than the fact that they're terrified and they're trying to bank as much as possible. Me, I don't care. YouTube could say, bye, you're no longer here. Okay. I got X, got Rumble, got real estate, got gold, got silver, got my wife, number one. Number two, I got my daughter, my grandkids. I'm good. You see, while I do this show, I continue to make sure that we have off-ramps, that we have our bolt holes. I'm thinking there are too many people walking around right now who think, oh, it's going to be okay. Not with these people. What if, God forbid, something happens to Trump? You know there are people trying. What do you think will happen with the markets? What do you think will happen in the streets? Yeah, J.D. Vance is in the wings, but things will go absolutely haywire. Everybody right now is watching for that next flashpoint. I'm sure SV may have more information on the shooting in Arizona, but these things are, smatterings. What happens when that first nut goes into a church with Don Lemon, and instead of screaming, you know what, maybe we should take these people out? You know it's coming. I mean, there's no way I can sit back and go, no, everything's going to be fine. Everything's looking up. It looks great. There are people actively seeking your demise. And some of them are in Minnesota.
In America team just uncovered new sound. We've been monitoring Somali TV. Our producer Jay Kazim, back in 2014, then Congressman Ellison authored the Money Remittances Improvement Act, which streamlined the process for immigrants to send money overseas. And Ellison said that the goal was to keep the money flowing to Somalia.
Many banks have been dropping out of helping to do the transaction between the United States and Somalia. So I wanted to work on the Somali side of the equation.
Stop. Pay attention. Look at the date. That's 13 years ago they've been planning this. This is 13 years plus that they've been stealing your money. They have been planning and doing all this stuff for probably in excess of 2 decades, just stealing you blind. Maybe the center of it all has been indeed Minnesota. Elon Musk posted today, and he said, what must be buried in Minnesota for them to be making this custard last stand type of movement here in Minnesota? Why has this become their Alamo? What the hell is going on in Minnesota? Well, I think if we look at this has been going on for just with him for 13 years. And we're finding out about it in late 2025, early 2026. But as of right now, we're late to the party. Really late.
To try to see what we could do to make sure that we move those transactions along.
Now, that's never been before seen footage here on Fox News. And in that same interview, then Congressman Keith Ellison encouraged people to help Somalia any way they could.
Somalia needs everything. So whatever you can do, come do it. If you are good at music and art, write a song about Somalia. If you're good at writing newspaper articles, tell people about it.
Why? Why was Somalia so important way back then? 2013, he wasn't even the Attorney General yet. He was still in Congress. And now this stuff is being brought out to the surface and people are like, oh, we're so screwed. They've been digging in their heels for 12, 13, 15 years, and we are now just finding out about this. And nobody's really, on the right is really doing anything other than President Trump. Forget those hearings, forget all that stuff. Nobody's actually doing anything except President Trump and probably Pam Bondi that we don't know. There's a lot of secret stuff happening. Again, the panicans are all out there screaming. You expect her to be giving you a report? Now that you see something, I want to ask you a question. Pam Bondi has been the Attorney General for a year. She's had to clean out the DOJ. Pash Patel has had to clean out the FBI. Whatever Dan Bongino saw that he said was so horrible, he saw it. He'll be back next Monday screaming. But in any event, I want you to imagine that you walk into a job today and you look around and I'm ready to hit the ground running, and you're like, oh my God, this is so bad. I had no idea. You could have promised anything before you took the job. Yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do the other thing. And then you find out that they've been working just in Somalia, just in Minnesota. They've been unleashing gazillion dollars of fraud. Here comes the man. He's coming off the plane here.
An ethanol and biodiesel maker. So we're expecting the president to talk about that as well. Martha, back to you.
All right, Kelly, thank you very much. There he is. President Trump has just landed in Des Moines, Iowa. You see him descending the staircase of Air Force One. We've heard from Susie Wiles, who we just caught a quick glimpse of. She exited the plane just slightly before him as he gets into the Beast to head to this venue. He's going to talk to our own Will Kane as well, which you'll see a little bit later this afternoon.
All right. So I like to take him whenever we see him. But yeah. All right. So you're Pam Bondi. You decided to show up for work. You got this new job, this new gig. I want to kick indoors, make things happen. And just, I got to fight with the people here first who don't want me to have prosecutors, who don't want me to have judges. And President Trump can't appoint people because they keep kicking out the appointees. And I'm trying to get people who can do stuff. And so I got Alina Habba, and they say no to her, and they make her go away. And then we bring in, what's her name? Kelly, the brown-haired woman. And then she works for a while, and they kick her out. And I can't get any help just to get started. And I get all these idiots on X telling me, yeah, she should be doing stuff. How are you expected to fix something that's been going on since at minimum 2013? Can you even imagine if you were starting an investigation, never mind the rest of the country, never mind Epstein, never mind this one, never mind that one, if you just were looking in Minnesota, just in Minneapolis, and you find out that they've been stealing gazillions of dollars for decades? How big of a staff and how much attention would you have to put on that just to make sure? Like, wait a second, man, this is insanity. Absolute insanity.
You're good at internet stuff, help build the network and build the bandwidth of Somalia. If you're good at construction, build a building, come build a road. And if you can't do any of those things, give money to people who can do it. But do something.
And he's now the Attorney General of Minnesota here in the United States. We also unearthed an old interview of then City Council candidate Jacob Fry saying government officials need to help the Somali community thrive.
We're doing some phenomenal work with the Somali community right now, and we'd like to continue that. This is a community that is thriving, that's on the verge of absolutely amazing things, and we need to make sure we have government officials that are helping them along to make sure that not just they thrive, but the rest of our city thrives as well.
We asked both Ellison and Fry for comment, and we invited them to join us here on the show, and neither of them answered. But we are bringing those interviews to light for the very first time.
And I would last like to call out.
All right, so you hear that. What do you say? Now you realize this has been something that's been developed, has been working, prospering for them, stealing whatever they could possibly steal on an ongoing basis. And you're probably thinking, well, Pam Bondi should just go in here and break it all up. Where do you start? They got at least a 13-year head start. At least 2013 were those videos. Those guys were new, so somebody else had put that network in place before they got there. So now you're looking at probably 15, 20 years of people stealing your hard-earned money and catering to Somalians. Remember, that's years before President Trump's first term. Freaking you out yet? Yeah, it should be. It should be, because we have been lied to for so long. They have been stealing our money. I don't even know how you dig out of this other than burn it all down, which is why I think they're freaking out. Trump has to go postal. I don't even think the Insurrection Act is strong enough. I don't even know what's on the books that would allow him to just dismantle all this, because this is why they're fighting. We're seeing it now for the first time. We're seeing it open up, and we're like, oh my gosh. And now the people behind the scenes are like, this is like incredible. They actually have all kinds, and now you're seeing that they have networks and people doing things and communicating and databases. And it's like, oh my gosh, we are so far behind. The military is the only way. You're not going to sue or arrest your way out of this. They can't even get an arrest warrant for Don Lemon. And you got people on the right, Pam Bondi's not doing anything. Shut up. And if you're in our chat saying she's not doing anything, let me be the first, and I'll say it very kindly. Shut the F up. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're watching idiots, and you're parroting them. And if you used your own mind and dug in and said, just in Minneapolis, how bad is it? Imagine you being a surgeon and you're working on somebody's big toe because they got an ingrown toenail, and then you find cancer. And then you got to like find out how far it's spread. Is it in the ankle? Is it in the calf? Is it in the knee? Is it in the thigh? Just that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a cancer and we don't even know how far it's spread. And it's been metastasizing and being fed by your dollars. That's the worst part about it. They should have just said, thank you. You got us. Thank you. It was a good ride. They want more. They demand more. They just don't want more. It's absolutely crazy. Hey, wait, let me tell you, I'm working with the guys over at Rumble, and Rumble been very, very good to me. And part of what Rumble has, they have a product called Rumble Wallet. Because banks can cancel your accounts, they can freeze your cards, they can decide what you're allowed to buy, say, or support, which is exactly why we need to be fighting harder, not less. You don't want to go to the ATM one day and find out, sorry, you've already spent too much money. Or to go in a grocery store, you're too fat, you can't have any Cheetos, unless, of course, it's free. Then you can. You don't want that to happen. Big banks and financial institutions have total control, and they use it. That's why financial independence matters more now than ever. And so, introducing Rumble Wallet. Yep, Rumble has a wallet. You can find it on the Play Store or the App Store. It's a non-custodial wallet, and it's built for real freedom. With Rumble Wallet, you control your money, not a bank, not a government, not a tech company. You can buy digital assets like Tether and Bitcoin all in one spot. No permissions, no middlemen, no cancel button. You control it. And when you want to support the creators you actually believe in, you can use the Rumble Wallet app to directly tip their content. You tip your content creators. It's fast and without interference. This isn't a credit line that somebody can shut off. It's your wallet permanently. It's yours to protect your future, yours to protect your family. When the system fails, and they're trying to make it fail, when institutions turn on their own people, financial sovereignty is the difference between security and vulnerability. Rumble Wallet isn't about politics. It's about freedom. It's about ownership and protecting what's yours. I'm telling you, if you're not protected, like I said earlier, you don't have a parachute and you don't have the off-ramp, you're going to be in trouble if these people get what they want. So take control today. Download Rumble Wallet now. You can get it at the App Store or on Google Play, and take a step away from big banks for good. True ownership, true protection, true financial freedom. Just go to wallet.rumble.com for more information. Be right back.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Hey, everybody, I've got a great interview for you today. It's with a person that we've had on the show many times, Kim Bright from Brightcore. But before we get into anything, I want to talk to you guys about something. I'm not sure if you guys have seen this. You know, there's a guy, you know, who used to be a senator in Arizona. We're not going to mention that other guy's name, but John Kyle was a former Republican senator who served alongside No Name. And it's just been revealed that he has dementia. Kyle fought against Planned Parenthood and championed Christian conservative values. And now the poor guy has dementia. It's crazy. John Kyle is just one of many Americans who have fallen victim to dementia. You may know somebody who's fallen victim to dementia. Have you heard of a startling trend now? This is kind of scary. I mean, absolutely frightening. This trend shows through reports that spikes of 373%, an increase in diagnosis among 30 to 44-year-olds. All right, I'm going to let you digest that. There has been a dementia spike of 373% in those 30 to 44 years of age. And also, there's been a 311% increase in those 45 to 54 years of age. Something's happening, not really sure, but I want you to check out this short video about a lady named Rhonda Sutherland.
People worldwide are living with Alzheimer's and other dementias. Well, just like cancer, dementia is caused by diseases, and it doesn't just affect older people. Early onset Alzheimer's can affect people in their 30s and 40s. I got a chance to meet a caregiver in Green Bay who opened my eyes to what really happens to a person after an early onset diagnosis, what they go through, and the profound sacrifices made by a husband to honor his vow of in sickness and in health. Rhonda Sutherland, a wife, a mother, a local teacher. Rhonda was just 52 when the signs started to surface and officially diagnosed at 56.
She started to repeat herself all the time, started asking the same questions over and over again, wouldn't answer simple questions like what time it is. I mean, as it turns out, she couldn't tell time, that she had lost the capacity to tell time.
Just before their 40th wedding anniversary, Rob knew it was no longer safe for his wife to live at home, so he placed Rhonda into memory care.
Finally, the brain shut down enough for nothing else, where she just forgot how to swallow, forgot how to eat, and I'd like to think, and it seemed at least at the time, peacefully passed away after a long, tough battle with this dreadful disease.
That is absolutely frightening at that age as well. I'm going to bring in Kim Bright, the founder of Brightcore. She's been on the show quite a few times. She's been helping Americans get healthy for nearly 50 years. Kim, thanks for coming on. And that's some scary stuff. What exactly is going on?
Well, thanks for having me back. And I mean, it is scary and it's so sad. I mean, this is just one story of so many who've suffered with this heartbreaking loss from dementia and Alzheimer's disease. I mean, 55 million people, Barry, worldwide are living with Alzheimer's or some other form of dementia. You know, I'm 71 now, and I have been focused for a very long time on trying to keep my brain healthy. So this is important to me, and I think it should be very important to everybody.
Now, before you dig in too far, and even I had to get some clarification, what is the difference between dementia and Alzheimer's? Because a lot of people conflate them and they think they're the same or they're related. What actually is the difference between the two of these?
Well, you're right. I mean, so many people do conflate the difference between dementia and Alzheimer's. Dementia is a broad term for a set of symptoms like memory loss, impaired thinking, and behavioral changes that are interfering with their daily life. Whereas Alzheimer's disease is a specific and progressive brain disease that's responsible for dementia in 60 to 80% of the cases, which is caused by the damage and death of brain cells due to a sticky protein buildup. And what general dementia and Alzheimer's disease have in common is that they're both driven by inflammation and oxidative stress. Now, oxidative damage triggers neuroinflammation, which releases more damaging reactive oxygen species called ROS. These are comprised of free radicals and non-free radicals. And the ROS become pervasive when the cells mutate, leading to neuronal death, synaptic dysfunction, and the formation of hallmark plaques, and the most common of which is the amyloid beta, ultimately causing the cognitive decline and memory loss. Now, interestingly enough, Barry, inflammation and oxidative stress are also the main drivers for the risk of development of cancer cells. So you can see what we eat has a tremendous impact on our cognitive health. It impacts our levels of inflammation. It impacts oxidative stress. But more importantly, there is a direct link between the gut and the brain, and this is known as the gut-brain axis.
You're talking way over my head here, so I'm pretty sure a lot of other people are going to be lost. Can you explain, like I'm 5 years old, a little bit more? How exactly do the gut and the brain affect each other?
Well, let's call it a highway between your gut and brain. Okay, so that gut-brain axis...
Mine's more like a mountain road. It goes up and down. It's not a straight highway.
All right. Well, this is a highway between your gut and your brain, and it involves your nerves, like your vagus nerve. That's a big nerve that runs from the gut up to the back of your head. Hormones, immune signals are constantly sending messages up and down this highway, affecting your mood, your digestion, your stress, even your cognitive function. With gut microbes playing a significant role in what we call this crosstalk. So here's what I want you to do. Think of your gut as your second brain talking to your actual brain. And that's going to influence everything from anxiety to appetite. And so often when doctors are targeting brain diseases, Barry, they prescribe medication in an effort to directly target the brain. They're forgetting or ignoring the root cause. And what they're doing is treating symptoms instead of curing the problem.
Wow. And recently we've seen some stuff, it's not just doctors. The media is trying to influence people to take drugs, prescriptions over and over, more drugs. And then you get some celebrities like Oprah who got to be on like Ozempic or something. And they seem to be just pushing sales for big pharma. It's absolutely crazy. I want to put something on the screen that you had sent over, and this thing here, Alzheimer's, is a groundbreaking experiment, reveals a direct link to the microbiome, I guess it's what it's called. And can you explain this a little bit more?
Yeah, first of all, you can find the root cause of problems in the brain, just like most areas of your body, within the gut microbiome because of the balance of good and bad bacteria. And this stunning scientific breakthrough, well, it's reshaping what we know about Alzheimer's disease. The researchers have managed to transfer symptoms of the illness to healthy rats simply by transplanting gut bacteria. And this discovery could revolutionize how we're diagnosing and treating one of the world's most devastating forms of dementia. So again, they're transporting the gut bacteria, bad bacteria, into healthy animals, and they're causing brain problems. All right. So what we eat, what we put into our body, what we consume is what determines the state of our health ultimately. And I don't know if you've seen this, Barry, but the food pyramid that we all grew up with, well, that's history. And RFK Jr. and the HHS department have made some much needed change to these dietary guidelines. Essentially, the pyramid, as you can see, has been turned upside down. And for decades, we've been indoctrinated to avoid fats and proteins and eat mostly grain. And the last several decades have shown us that they're one of the least healthy things that we can consume. And why? Because of the ultra processing and the glyphosate that they spray on it. That's Roundup for people that don't know what glyphosate is.
Wait. They're putting Roundup on, they're spraying it on food? Well, I would imagine that they do that in the field. So you're saying it's pre-delivery to the store. It's not part of the marketing, is it?
No, they spray it in the fields, and they use it to dry the grain out faster instead of allowing it to dry out as it normally would. So they're trying to speed up the process, trying to save money, but we're getting poisoned in the meantime.
That is absolutely crazy. And so, how does, fat is actually an important part of a healthy diet. We were told long time ago not to do that. It was incidentally, I find it very interesting. When I was playing ball all the way back in college, our team physicians seemed to have known that don't listen to what they were saying. I mean, they were feeding us pork chops and chicken and beef, and it was completely different than what my mom was doing. And it seems now that RFK Jr. says an entire generation of children missed out on vital nutrients when whole milk was removed from schools as well.
The reason that it has affected the children so much is fat is needed by our brain to function properly.
Yeah.
So when you're giving kids skim milk or 2% milk, it's not helping them study in school. But I'm excited because the updated food pyramid is now reflecting what we've learned about dietary health in the last 50 years. And while you might not see it glancing at the chart, the major influence of the updated dietary guidelines, that was the inclusion of fermented foods, which I got so excited about, especially kimchi.
Well, as you know, RFK Jr. is 75, 77, is in fantastic shape. And here he had this to say about kimchi.
Fermented vegetable, anything fermented. So a lot of kimchi and all kinds of fermented vegetables. And it's really, I would say it's dramatically changed my, everything.
When you see a guy in that kind of shape at that kind of age, two things come to people's mind usually. Is he taking steroids, or is he really just that well put together? Obviously, we've seen his family, so it's not the genetics. So it indeed can be kimchi because, here, check this out. Bioactive compounds in kimchi improve the cognitive and memory functions impaired by amyloid beta. Am I saying that correctly? Is that what that means?
You are, but Barry, I want to comment a little bit before we get to that. I mean, I'm so excited that the U.S. government has officially designated kimchi as a health food for the first time. And you saw RFK Jr. absolutely loves it. I mean, even though this is the first time the American government's actually acknowledging kimchi as a critical and crucial health food, as you saw, it's not the first time RFK Jr. has expressed the importance of kimchi in his diet. And Barry, so often I hear from people, well, I'm eating sauerkraut. I enjoy sauerkraut, or I'm eating yogurt, so I don't need to eat kimchi because, I've got these fermented foods in my diet. Well, let me tell you something. That's all good and well, but sauerkraut only contains 28 different probiotic strains, which may be a lot more than what other foods, probiotic supplements and other fermented foods have. But it pales in comparison to kimchi, which contains 900 plus beneficial bacteria, probiotics. So while sauerkraut may have some health benefits, there's a clear reason why all the studies that are coming out about kimchi, how come? And not about the other fermented foods, because kimchi's the king of fermented foods. And now to get back to that study that you were talking about, I mean, it's relevant to everything that we've been talking about. And I mean, did you see the headline of this study, Barry? Bioactive compounds in kimchi improve the cognitive and memory functions impaired by the sticky guys that we call amyloid beta. And amyloid beta is that protein I talked about earlier that's found in the brain, and it is the key marker to Alzheimer's disease. So when you see that, you know you got Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's, what it does is it develops these amyloid betas, and they clump together into sticky plaques and become like clouds, and they don't go away naturally. So kimchi demonstrated the ability to improve cognitive abilities, not only like memory and performance, but emotional health with things like depression and anxiety by preventing the oxidative stress, which is free radicals, the inflammation, which is key, and brain cell death. And remember, these are the same drivers that lead to an increased cancer risk. And that's why I wanted to point out another study that measured the potential of lactic acid bacteria that's found in kimchi to prevent cancer. It concluded, and I quote, the antibiotic-tolerant probiotic presented in kimchi suppresses the expression of carcinogen-activating enzymes and possesses many other health benefits, such as the suppression of growth and development of pathogenic bacteria, intestinal regulation, and immune boosts, especially the WC biara and the L. plantarum found in kimchi have many effects like anti-inflammatory, immune modulating, and blood cholesterol reducing activity, which may account for their cancer preventative anti-cancer potential. I mean, these are just a couple of the multitude of studies that have shown the dramatic positive health benefits that come when you consume kimchi daily.
Kim, that sounds great, but you said something about this is the first time that the government has basically recognized kimchi and its effects. Why haven't they, in your estimation, why haven't they before? Is it money? Is it trying to cull the population? Is it hoping that big pharma can keep selling drugs? Why have they not, number one, changed the food pyramid before? And why are they just now recognizing kimchi?
Well, first of all, I think everything you just mentioned probably applies. And they're not educated. They don't know about fermented foods and kimchi, the majority of them. They didn't study it in school. When I used to lecture around the country to doctors and nurses and talk about fermented foods, they didn't know what I was talking about. They didn't even take nutrition. It wasn't even an elective back in the 80s. So anybody that was putting these things together, they don't really know. They didn't know about fermented foods. Thank God for RFK Jr. and all of the wonderful people around him that he's put on his, team. They do know the value of fermented foods.
Wow. That's almost malpractice if you think about it. But then again, they put in a guy in charge of health that used to wear a dress. So I'm not going to go there, but I would hate to have to take health advice from somebody that, you can't even define who you are. That's absolutely crazy. And so what have your customers experienced when taking Kimchi One?
Well, why we created Kimchi One is we wanted people to use kimchi and get all these incredible benefits. But Americans aren't going to eat kimchi every day, most of them. They can't stand sometimes the taste or the odor. And so we wanted to put it in something that they would take on a daily basis, which is convenient capsules. And they don't have to deal with the mess of making it, the odor, the taste. It virtually has no sodium, unlike store-bought kimchi or homemade kimchi. It's 100% made in the USA, all natural and non-GMO. And so many success stories come in, either written or they call us and they tell us, I'm not bloated anymore. I used to have gas all the time. Every time I'd eat anything, I would just blow up like a balloon. I couldn't go anywhere. My regularity, I didn't have any. Well, now all this is great. The gas is gone. I'm regular. And people that had problem with their immune system, they were getting sick all the time. They're not getting sick as much or at all. They have younger looking skin. It's more radiant. They have thicker hair. It's shinier. People that couldn't lose weight, Barry, they're saying, my waistline's changed. I've dropped inches. My whole body, I'm losing weight. Because, they've even got studies showing that if you eat kimchi every day, it lowered your body fat by 31.8%.
Wow.
Who needs Ozempic, right?
Well, the very first time I talked to you, I'll bring it up again, when you said we should be shopping on the outside aisles, the perimeter of a grocery store, and Robin tried it. That was the first time I'm like, I feel different. And it's funny because that was probably the foreshadowing of the changing of the food pyramid, because everything on that food pyramid we started avoiding. And then we started introducing kimchi, and it was funny. I told you about the whole poopy thing, and it made us much more regular because the gas goes away. The other thing I've noticed is lethargy, whatever the word is.
Less lethargic. Yeah.
It has really helped because part of that bloating and feeling uncomfortable, it makes you just, it's tired. And with my schedule.
Oh yeah, and Barry, when you're full of crap, you feel like crap, right?
And with my schedule, I have to keep going. And like last night, depending on when you guys are watching this, was the national championship in college football. I was up until 12:30, had to get up this morning and start work right away. And so I know that this works. It actually works. And you know what it is? I'm not going to say, quote, it works. It's a part of your dietary behavior. And I think you change your behavior and then you see the results from that. So I want to encourage all of you to do a New Year challenge. Everybody takes New Year's resolutions, but resolutions don't mean anything. You actually have to take action. I want you to try and prioritize your health. Take a walk every day. It can be as little as 10 minutes. I walk the dogs up and down the cul-de-sac sometimes if I can't get to the gym. Drink 1 extra glass of water every day, maybe even 2, and then take Kimchi 1 every day for 30 days. And then once you do that, Kim and I would like to come back on here and hear your results. I want to see you guys in a chat telling us what exactly you found to be the benefits of taking Kimchi 1. And yes, it'll coincide with your exercise and changing diet, but that's all about changing your behavior. Kim, talk to me about that.
Yeah, and it goes along with the new food pyramid. So yes, definitely include it. And we're going to give your audience a very special offer to help them do that. Start including this incredible food in their diet every day. So today, if they go to mybrightcore.com/Barry, again, that's mybrightcore.com/Barry, use the code Barry. You're going to get 25% off your order, or call 888-418-6738, and we're going to give you up to 50% off your order plus free shipping. And the first 100 callers are going to get a free bottle of Thrive. This is wonderful because this is our curcumin turmeric complex that we've combined with ginger and black pepper extract that's going to combat inflammation and boost the brain function and even promotes liver health. So it's going to work wonderfully in conjunction with the kimchi. So again, you can only get the best discounts and that free bottle of Thrive when you call 888-418-6738. So here's to, a better you in 2026.
Thank you very much, Kim. I'm telling you guys, like I said, it doesn't work. You get the results. The work is on you. You got to exercise. You got to eat right. Take your kimchi and get some sleep, drink some water, and have a better 2026. So Kim and I are going to get back here in another month or so, and I want to hear what those results are. And if you got comments, please leave them, and I'll go ahead and send them to Kim. Kim, thank you very much for another very educational interview.
You are so welcome, Barry, and just have a blessed, wonderful day.
You too.
All right, you going over to the speech? You going over to the speech? Good. We're going to have a good time. Nice group of people. We'll do whatever's appropriate. We secured the border. Remember that. We secured the border. We did things that nobody thought was possible. We had 25 million people come through the border. When I took over, it was a mess. You take a look at what we did in terms of pricing. So you had gasoline at $4.50. Now it's at $1.99 in many places, a gallon. $1.99.
$1.89 in Iowa, sir.
That's right. And what are you there?
$1.89.
$1.89. And he's a very honorable man. He doesn't make up stories. $1.89. When I took over, you were $4.50, $3.50, $5 all over the place. No, we have prices coming way down. But remember, we secured the border. Crime is down all over the country. We just had a crime report coming out from, I think, one of the networks, which they hate to hear this, but crime is the lowest number ever recorded. So, when they say, and we talk about Minnesota, but in Minnesota, you probably read, their crime is way down. You know why? Because we took out thousands of criminals out of Minnesota, and that's why it's good. So anyway, but we have Tom Homan is over there. We all love Tom.
Yeah.
And he met with the governor, met with the mayor. He's going to meet with the mayor, I guess, and it's going very well. But remember this, even Minnesota, their crime is down. And you know why it's down? Because of what we did. We took out thousands of criminals, career criminals, bad criminals, people that came in from Venezuela. By the way, how did we do in Venezuela? Not bad, right? But people that came in Venezuela, think of it, people that came in from countries all over the world. They came from the Congo. They came from all over South America, all over Latin America, all over Africa. They came from everywhere. And they came out of prisons in many cases. They came out of mental institutions in many cases. And we're getting them out, and we got a lot of them out. But we have now the safest country we've ever had. Washington, D.C. went from being a crime-ridden place to a place that has virtually no crime in a period of a couple of months. So we're very proud of what we've been able to do. And this is a state that's been with me all 3 times, right?
Since the very beginning, boss. Very beginning.
I'd like to give it another one, too, if you want.
Mr. President, why did you decide...
Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of traveling. I think so. I mean, I like traveling to places. I love this place. This was the beginning of my politics, right?
That's right.
And it treated me well right from the beginning.
Mr. President,
do you feel that the...
Say what?
Do you feel that the
president... Mr. President, why did you decide to shake up your leadership team in Minnesota and send Tom...
I do that all the time. I shake up teams. Everybody here, these are a lot of owners of farms and places, and you shake up your team. If they can't do the crops fast enough, they got... Look, we have an incredible team. We did something that nobody said was possible. We didn't go back to Congress and ask for legislation. We closed the border, and in the last 8 months, they have, and this is actually hard to believe, nobody crossed the border, right? Nobody. They say nobody. I don't even know if that's possible. But, you know, it's Democrats that do the report. It's a very liberal group that does that report. It's a very important report. And for 9 months, I guess 8 months, 9 months, we have nobody coming into our country unless they come in legally. We want them to come in legally. You need people to work for you. But we did something that I would say people thought that was absolutely impossible, and we were able to do it. So we're very honored by what's happened to our country. In addition, we have $18 trillion coming in, building plants, building auto factories, building AI factories. Like no other country in the world has done what we've done in the last year. And I think it's the most successful first-term president. There's never been a year like this in the history of the country. For a president. And he's been with me from the beginning, this guy. Make sure, take good care of him. He's been with me. So I'm going around, and I'm going around because hopefully we win the midterms. And it's very scary because, like, it's 2 out of 50 years or something like that.
That's right.
For some reason, when a president wins, Republican or Democrat, even if they're a good president, and hopefully I'm a great president, based on the first year, I'm a great president. And we had a great first term, too. People don't know, we rebuilt our military. We had phenomenal financial numbers, but I think this term is blowing away really every term. But traditionally, when a president gets elected, out of, I think, 50 years, they've had 2. One, I don't understand it.
You're going to be the
They've
next.
had 2, so we have to, and one was by unusual circumstance. So there's something psychological. If you win the president, whether you're Republican or Democrat, with that being said, the polls look very good. Everything looks very good. And you have great congressmen here, congressmen and women here, and we love Iowa. We love Iowa. And I think didn't I just give the farmers $12 billion, right?
66 billion in total.
Well, I gave total 66.
That's right.
But just recently we gave the farmers $12 billion because they were treated unfairly by foreign countries. I said, how much? They said $12 billion. I said, they got it. You know where I got it? Tariffs. I got it from the tariffs. Without the tariffs. And again, you know, most of these, we right now have more factories and plants being built in our country than we've ever had before. That came in because they're coming because they don't want to pay the tariffs. So I said, if you build here, you don't have to pay tariffs. So it's great.
Mr. President, you talked a lot about...
Are you comfortable, Mr. President, with the current value of the dollar? Do you think it's declined too much?
No, I think it's great. I mean, the value of the dollar, look at the business we're doing. No, dollar's doing great. You know, it's very interesting. If you look at China and Japan, I used to fight like hell with them because they always wanted to devalue their yen. You know that? The yen and the yuan. And they'd always want to devalue it. They devalue. And I said, not fair that you devalue because it's hard to compete when they devalue. but they always fought. No, our dollar's very good.
You want to see it decline more, Mr. President? Some of your own administration officials have labeled Alex Preddy.
By the way, this is ABC fake news. This one. She hasn't asked me a good question in years. And I think a nice woman, but I don't really like her too much. Go ahead. What'd you say? I'd say ABC's about as bad as they get.
Mr. President, would you like to see the dollar's value decline more? Would that be
No, I'd want it to be just seek its own level, which is the fair thing to do. You could have it. I could have it go up or go down like a yo-yo. I'll give you an example. Unemployment. I could create the greatest unemployment numbers or employment numbers ever. All I have to do is hire 3 million people and put them into the federal government, and you have 10 people, for one job, right?
That's right.
And what we've done is we've cut the federal employees, and they've gone to the private sector. Right. But if I wanted, I could hire 1 million people tomorrow, put them in the federal government, and she'd be writing a story. Unbelievable employment. Unbelievable employment. But we have great unemployment numbers.
Yeah.
I think they're great. Is there one number that's bad? Can you tell? Is there one number that's bad? There's not one.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room, we view that as a very unfortunate incident, okay? Right. Everyone, unless you're a stupid person. Very, very unfortunate incident. I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate incident.
You said that you are the de facto president of Venezuela. I don't know, maybe you were joking when you said that. Is the U.S. a de facto member of OPEC right now?
Well, I'll tell you what, we are a very strong presence in Venezuela. We're going to get a lot of money for Venezuela. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, with the exception, I think, of our country. Yep. And it's bigger than Saudi Arabia. And we had a very strong moment with Venezuela a couple of weeks ago. And we are working beautifully with Venezuela. I will tell you, they're going to do better now than they ever did, than they've done ever at any point. And we're going to be making a lot of money for them and a lot of money for our country. We have a very good relationship with the leaders of Venezuela, and we're going to keep it that way.
What are your plans, Mr. President? What are your plans for Cuba, Mr. President?
Well, we're going to see what happens with Cuba. I don't know. Anybody interested in Cuba in this room? Not too many people. This is not a Cuba room, but that's all right. There are plenty of them around, especially in Miami. And Cuba will be failing pretty soon. Cuba is really a nation that's very close to failing. They got their money from Venezuela. They got the oil from Venezuela. They're not getting that anymore.
We were talking about the polls earlier. Clearly, your base is with you, strong and supportive. They're very
stronger than. By the way, our base. Our base is with us. I think they're the best poll numbers, the real poll numbers. I think we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. Think of it, if I would have run again, would anybody be happy? So we have the best poll numbers we've ever had. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did you hear from Greg Abbott saying you need to recalibrate your response? What did you make of that?
No, I didn't hear that. Did you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Praise God for you.
Great believers here, boss.
Can I pray for you real quick?
Absolutely. Come on.
All right, Lord God, give you thanks for this president, Lord. Thank you for animal protection. Pray for continued wisdom. Pray for discernment. Pray for help. Pray for more peace, Lord. And just pray for protection against the world, the devil, the flesh, and all principalities, Lord.
Amen. They're saying a prayer.
Amen.
Amen.
Praise God.
Big, strong guy.
Praise God for you.
Right.
Like to have his muscles.
Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, man. Good hair. He's got good hair.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you all. Great people here. Great people in Iowa. I hope you give them the respect they deserve. I hope you give them the respect because they are amazing people. This is What built the country, whether we like it or not. What built the country.
Moving in the right
Thank you all.
Can you sign my hand? Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yeah, I will.
My little soul prayer.
If we can just keep like some space, I think we can
The central casting.
I know, right? That'd be good.
The central casting, I can take a picture, use them in an ad right now. Everybody's Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
See, we were at the first inauguration. My husband
There we go. There we go.
Thank you.
For the other Ashley.
Thank you.
Oh, that's one of the originals. They're originals. It goes back a long way.
It does go back a long way.
The letter's got a little bigger since.
Very sad. And we pray for you too. And your wife.
Because of the Green Bay Packers. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
These are the fires that make happen, sir.
One of the ones you stayed with us earlier. Early in the beginning, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We can just have
We're going to the debate tonight. There's a gubernatorial debate tonight. Yes.
Hey, pop in, sir.
Mr. President, I think we need to keep an eye on Adam Steed is a phenomenal government candidate. Yes, sir. And I'm worried about the state of Iowa turning into Minnesota. And Adam Steed is the one Adam Steed is the one Yes, he will be just like Minnesota.
This is not good.
No, it's not good. We need
We
someone
need a
good.
Republican governor.
Yes.
You know, you had the most popular governor in the country, and she made a little move.
Stick with your
Thank
president.
you very, very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I can't stand up right.
Thank
you very much for everything you did. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
We got a great crew. These are all hard work, boss.
Over here, I can't look at them. No, I didn't. I should have. I'm sorry.
Thank you for all you do. Adam Steed is another one.
Yeah, I know.
At my best.
You like me big? Oh, you're for real.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There's that great American patriot.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, let me do that. I met the machine shed and I like to talk to them a little better.
Yes, you did. Can you sign my
I got that.
Oh, no, my hair's...
I think we all have races going back and forth.
Like me in a selfie, but in the background.
Remarks from President. Somebody asked in the chat what was going on here. And so let me explain to you what is going on. Wait a second. All right. So President Trump, before he speaks any minute now, made a stop at a local business where he's greeting people from Iowa. And he has taken probably 20 minutes to go around this restaurant. At least 20 minutes that he went and just shook hands and everything. It was funny. Somebody in the chat asked me, why does he have one glove on? Because a real man shakes hands without a glove. He was shaking, he's still shaking everybody's hands as he's going around. So that's why he's got one glove on, and that's exactly what's going on right now.
That amounts to, on average, 31 House seats.
So that comment on the screen, this is really weird. It says, is Trump supposed to do an interview with Will Cain on Fox? Will Cain has an interview scheduled while President Trump is supposed to be on stage at Iowa. So if President Trump doesn't get on at, well, it's 4 o'clock and he's not on right now. Yeah, we will cut to Will Kane's interview. And then when he goes live at the actual event, we'll go ahead and obviously bring the event. So there's so much going on. President Trump is still shaking hands, and Will Kane's about to do an interview with him, which is obviously recorded. And then he's going to be on stage and watching all the different monitors. He is not on stage as of yet. So let's continue to watch him at the restaurant.
Yeah, they're that close sometimes. No, it's important for me. It's important. I love to disagree with you. I sense it. He may not know the degree to which he's looking to come out with the president.
Take that, Minnesota. there's some memories that these people won't soon forget. My gosh, he literally spent, let's see, I can see if I can check on here. He spent a good amount of time walking around that restaurant, greeting people and everything. So I guess nobody told him that he has to be at a venue and he's supposed to be on stage right about now. But that is what just happened. Let me see if they brought the feed back up yet. The feed went down, so we'll see what happens at what time he's due at the I don't think it's a stadium. I think it's a big giant theater where he's going to be. But nonetheless, he spent an hour, maybe close to an hour, just shaking everybody's hands, and it was just really awesome. You know what's funny too? Okay, now we do have the venue feed up. Let me just show you the venue feed while we're waiting. Jolene, they don't like your music on YouTube. But anyway, so that was what President Trump stopped and talked to all those people. And, we're waiting for him to come on. Obviously, he hasn't come on. So I don't know how far away that restaurant is from the venue. There's no way for me to tell. So it's whichever one comes up first, whether Will Kane's interview comes up first or the stage comes up first, we will go ahead and go right to it. And you guys won't miss anything. Just like when Kim Bright was talking, I was telling you guys, you're not going to miss anything. Can you believe that reporter from ABC News, I believe it was, she always asks negative questions. She is like the most negative. I can't imagine your life being, I hate Trump. I got to ask him stupid questions, and just wake up going, what am I going to ask something negative today? It just doesn't make any sense. They can't promote America. They can't even comprehend that nobody in Iowa gives a crap about Minnesota. Do you think any of those people that he walked around and shook hands with for however long, you think they care about what's going on in Minneapolis? You think they care about Renee Good or the other guy Pretty Good? No, they may care about them as humans. They may say to them, it's a shame that they died, but as you saw, what's for lunch? They just moved on. The negativity and the negative lifestyle of people in the media is just damn awful. It's incredibly awful how these people are. It also reminds me of something when I see people complaining in the chat because, we have sponsor partners. This is a business. I only like to say this once in a while, but a couple people got antsy and were causing some issues and made the moderators jump. This is a business. I am not a nonprofit. I do this to specifically drive revenue because my president drives revenue. My president, who I voted for, said you should enjoy prosperity. I've been telling you guys for months on end, enjoy prosperity, understand, grasp prosperity. I even got that. I even have a sound effect about prosperity. If you've been following President Trump way back when he wrote the book, Art of the Deal, the man's all about prosperity. Everything he's trying to do is provide America with opportunity. And I think back, have some of these people never turned on a television or a radio station? You understand, every single one of these radio stations and every single one of these television stations all have commercials. And I put in the chat, I remember listening to Rush Limbaugh back in the day when he said, I'm taking a break for an obscene profit break. Obscene profit. He was making money. See, I think a lot of people, just like with the song from Led Zeppelin, does anybody remember laughter? Anybody remember prosperity? Anybody realize that this country was built on prosperity? You guys who don't know me personally don't know what we've been doing here, what we've been building. You don't know how many people are actually employed in what we do. SB is about to take an expanded role in February. Beth, who I had never met, was a moderator, and she's now managing $1 million property. I've never said to you guys what that property was worth that Robin and I purchased, but it's worth $1 million plus. And Beth, who came from being a moderator here, who I never knew, and said, if you have something that you think I could be involved in, let me know. And now she's managing $1 million property. Thank God. God gives me blessings. I am not going to ever look at God and say, no, I don't want it. Everything we've been able to build, everything we've been able to do is simply because I know God has blessed us. And he continues to bless me. And over the year and a half, 2 years, I've never asked anybody here for anything. If people give a super chat, I definitely appreciate it. But I've never asked anybody for anything. I've given away thousands of hoodies. We've given away trips. We're giving away hats. We're giving away a fishing trip. Everything I try to do is to help others have a better life. And so, no, I'm not ashamed. I am not ashamed that we are a profit center. I wouldn't say it's like Rush. We're not obscenely profitable, but we're a profit center. And if you choose to watch somebody else who's not into profit, that's up to you. I won't lose any sleep. But in that regard, let me follow that up before President Trump comes on with another profit break. Hope nobody gets mad, but it is what it is. All right, so Medicare is confusing. As someone who personally recently turned 65, just starting my second career, I can confirm this. Keeping track of enrollment periods, understanding all your options, and making sure you're on the right plan takes too much time and energy. And between Medicare scams, corrupt agents, and bloated insurance companies, it's easy to make mistakes that can cost you thousands, or your relationship with your doctor, or your prescriptions. All that stuff can just go away. That's why I'm happy I had Chapter work for Robin and I. They're actually honest, and I'm finding out many people in our chat are giving them a call. I got an email today. I didn't want to show it to anybody because it doesn't really matter in that regard, but they're like, I'm so happy I called Chapter. They're the only Medicare advisor that looks at every plan nationwide, and they're helping people save an average of $1,100 per year. People are relieved when they talk to Chapter. And I love seeing the emails when people said it actually has worked for me. And they name the person that they talk to, and they're going to call them back. I just love it. I love it. These guys won't push you to buy a plan you don't want, and their support is completely free. 1 20-minute free phone call is all it takes. So if you're turning 65 soon or have questions about your Medicare coverage, call them at 475-328-3545 to get the most out of Medicare. Most people just wish they'd call them sooner, or you can go to askchapter.org/Barry. So I'm going to run another, actually, Will's at that restaurant. So let's cut to this real quick here.
Terrific. You've been a terrific guy.
I anticipate they should do very well today with this type of guest today here on the Will Cain Show. Welcome back to the campaign trail. Welcome back to Iowa. How does it feel?
Well, I love Iowa. We've won it 3 times conclusively. There wasn't like any late night voting or anything. We just won it right at the beginning. The doors closed and they said Trump won. And I love the people. I just get along with the people.
I was watching the other room. You look back in your element. You're back with the people. What do you like better? Do you like this, standing on the stage at a rally, or do you like making a deal, maybe for Greenland?
I think I like maybe the rallies better. Deals are fun, but we're making a lot of good deals. We've made record-setting deals. We have $18 trillion coming into the country. That's why they're building auto plants, AI. They're building everything. With thousands of businesses are being built all over the country. And you're going to have a beautiful, very positive explosion sometime during the year when these things start opening up. But there's never been no country has done what we've done.
That explosion, that anticipated economic explosion, that's going to be important because you also need to do something that someone has done very rarely. You acknowledged this a couple of days ago with Maria Bartiromo, and that is for the president in power to win the midterms. I think it's been only twice since 1938 that the sitting president, the president in power, has won the midterms. Are you concerned?
Well, nobody can explain why. You know, even when we've had an amazing year, there's been a record-setting year in every way, and nobody can explain. Even presidents, whether it's Republican or Democrat, when they win, it doesn't make any difference. They seem to lose the midterm. So that's the only thing I worry about. I said, why? There's some psychological factor out there.
What do you think that is?
But I think it's like 2 in more than 50 years. Well, I don't know. Maybe they want to put up a guard fence. Maybe you just don't know. It doesn't make sense. Even if a president did well, they seem to lose the midterms. But hopefully we're going to change that around. We're doing great. We have the best polling numbers we've ever had. We have the best numbers in the country, lowest crime numbers in the history of our country. You know, Minnesota's in the news a lot, but what they don't say is that Minnesota has low numbers because of the fact that we took thousands of hardened criminals out of Minnesota. So they had good crime numbers, believe it or not. And that's all working out. You know, we have Tom Homan there now. We put him in there. He's great. And they met with the governor, the mayor, everybody else, and we're going to de-escalate a little bit. But I will tell you, you look at the numbers, they're doing better than they've done in many years because we took thousands of criminals out of Minnesota. You look at Washington, D.C., it was a very dangerous place a year and a half ago. Now it's as safe as you can get. You can walk your family down the middle of the street, nothing's going to happen. You know, it's we got rid of over 2,000 hardened criminals, many of them led in through the open border policy of Sleepy Joe Biden. It was not a good policy, Will.
I want to come back to Minnesota in just one moment, but let's go to those guardrails. I'd imagine you do not feel like you need guardrails in this moment. You talk about the investment.
No, I don't need guardrails. I don't want guardrails. Guardrails would hurt us because, you know, we're free enterprise people. The people in this room, the people of Iowa, are free enterprise. That's why we won it so big 3 times in a row.
I would have to imagine that guardrails would be an understatement of what would happen should you lose the House or the Senate. There's been talk of impeachment. You've been through this before.
Yeah.
You've been through it multiple times.
I'm a professional.
What will happen? What will happen if Democrats take the House or the Senate?
They'll probably try and impeach me. They'll say he went to Iowa and he spoke unfairly to people and he's not supposed to do that. Let's impeach him, okay? And the people in Iowa would say, how did he get impeached? He just did an interview with Will, who has very good ratings, okay? But they just did an interview with, well, now, they'll find something. There'll be something, I made the wrong turn at an exit, and let's impeach him. No, they did that before. They impeached me on a perfect phone call. Turned out they impeached me twice. And by the way, I won the impeachments very easily and quickly. But they impeach. They're very nasty people. You know, they have bad policy, really bad, but they do 2 things. They stick together, not stupid. Some are, because, you know, that's true with everything, right? But they stick together, but they have really bad policy. Men and women's sports, transgender for everybody. So many things are so bad. They're horrible to the farmers. And by the way, I just gave the farmers $12 billion because they were treated unfairly. We're taking in a fortune with tariffs. And I wrote them a little check about 2 weeks ago for $12 billion. Anybody in this room get any of it yet? Yes, yeah. And a lot of people. It's a lot of money. And you know what? You deserved it. But we're taking in so much money from the tariffs that we can do that.
I want to talk about the point of view from some of these farmers, some of these people in this room a little bit later, but now I want to take you up on your invitation to talk about Minnesota. Listen, the entire country is talking about what happened this past weekend in Minnesota. You've already spoken about it. Everyone watching has seen the video. Everyone has an opinion. I'm curious what you thought when you first saw that video.
Well, I think the whole thing is terrible. I don't like the fact that he was carrying a gun that was fully loaded and he had 2 magazines with him, and it's pretty unusual. But nobody knows when they saw the gun, how they saw the gun, everything else. Bottom line, it was terrible. Both of them were terrible. The other was terrible, too. And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway. But, I mean, I guess you could say even worse. They were tremendous Trump people, Trump fans. And, you know, the daughter was, she was, I don't know if you could say radicalized, maybe not. I don't know. But I hate to see it. I hate to see that.
You bring up the term radicalized. What do you think is happening? You see these people in these videos. They feel very emboldened to step in and interfere with law enforcement.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about protest, holding signs. I'm talking about people physically interfering with immigration enforcement. Why? Why do they feel so emboldened?
You have to go throughout the whole country. We have done so much work throughout the whole country. We don't have any problem. The only one we have is Minnesota. We're in a lot of different places. New Orleans, we're in the governor of Louisiana called they have a big problem in New Orleans. And we went there. We've cut the crime by 67% in 4 weeks. It'll be down to practically nothing soon. Washington, D.C., we don't have problems. We've cut it down from a lot. It was very bad. It was terrible. People go to Washington to look at the Lincoln Monument, and they end up getting whacked or whatever, killed in some cases. Numerous killings. That's a beautiful, safe place now. Memphis, Tennessee, one of the worst in the whole country. And now it's got very little crime.
But it's gone very differently in Minneapolis.
Well, it has. It's the only place.
And now the message is out that Tom Homan is in.
Yeah.
Commander Bovino is supposedly leaving Minneapolis along with some CBP agents. Is this a pullback?
I don't think it's a pullback. It's a little bit of a change. Everybody in this room that has a business, you make little changes. Bovino is very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy. And in some cases, that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. But you have to understand, when I watch some of the people that I've been watching over the last few weeks, these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like, that, they're incensed about anything. How do you get incensed when you go into a state and you're taking criminals out? You're taking monsters out, murderers. We had 11,888 murderers let into our country by other countries, by Biden with his open border stupid policy. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You talk about bad policy. Open borders where people were coming, so the whole world, the Congo, Venezuela, all over the world, they're letting people in from their prisons and they're feeding them into the United States. And they're murderers and they're drug dealers and they're everything else you can think of, every bad name you can think of. And they let them in by the millions. We closed the border. We have nobody coming into our country anymore. Literally.
It just shows how hard it is to clean up, even after you close it. It shows the price that we paid under Joe Biden.
It's the hardest thing when you think of it. Inflation we've solved. It's done. We have it good. Where prices are coming way down. They were just saying in Iowa the fuel is $1.95. Did you hear that? Somebody said $1.85, but it was $3.50, $4.50 just a year and a half ago. You look at eggs, you look at groceries, it's all down. Everything's come down. Do you notice they don't mention affordability anymore? That's like an old-fashioned word. They brought up affordability, but they were the ones that caused it. I didn't cause it. I came in, prices were way too high. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say. I say the history. But we had the highest, let's say in 48 years, the highest inflation. Prices were way high. Now I've got the prices down, and they're going down still further. But think of it. We brought fuel from $4, $3.50, $3.75 down to $1.99, $1.08. I was just told in Iowa $1.85.
Yeah.
A gallon.
No doubt. But that leaves that problem, like you said, the hardest one to solve. People say they want our immigration laws enforced.
The hardest one to solve is.
I remember a conversation that you and I had a year and a half ago with your Secretary of War, our friend Rachel Campos Duffy, and you said to me, you looked at me and said, it's going to be difficult when the New York Times runs a picture of a little kid being taken away from their mother. It's going to be difficult. And by the way, that basically happened to you a week ago. It was propaganda and it was false about a 5-year-old.
By the way, it was a totally false story about the 5-year-old.
Totally fake story. But you're now dealing with the difficulty of the propaganda in the face of enforcing
and I knew
illegal
that well. I mean,
you did know.
It's always tough.
Are you still
committed? We take out 25 murderers. We take out drug dealers. We take out a whole group of people by the thousands. And if we get one person a little bit wrong, headlines. But they don't talk about all the tremendous, the reason that we have Minnesota crime down. I talk about that because it's only down for one reason. We took out so many criminals. But other states are way down. So the report came out, though, think of it. In the history of this country, we have the lowest number of murders. We have the lowest crime, the best crime numbers. That's despite the fact that millions, I say 25 million people, millions of people were let in through the border by Biden. And many of those people were not people you want to have in the country.
So what's going to change? You put in Tom Homan. Have you spoken today to Tom Homan?
Well, yeah, I have. Tom is fantastic. Tom is a tough guy, but I've watched over the years, and he's gotten along with governors, and he gets along with mayors. Some people don't. Some people just want to do their job and leave me alone. And that's sort of okay, too. That's generally been okay. Most of them are happy. Memphis, Tennessee, very tough, very straightforward. We're taking the criminal out. We're getting them out, either putting them in jail, because some are so bad that you don't want to send them to where they came from because you're afraid they're going to come back. They're murderers. So some are very down and straight, and others, Tom, I've noticed, as tough as he is, he gets along very good with governors and mayors. Now, I spoke to the mayor and to the governor yesterday, and they want to see it cleared up.
I'm so fascinated by your conversation with Governor Tim Walz. This man has suggested that this is a modern-day Gettysburg. He has likened his situation to Anne Frank in the Holocaust. He has said that ICE is your Gestapo army. And then you guys speak on the phone. I'm fascinated by that conversation.
It couldn't have been a nicer conversation. And in fact, I said to my people, I said, it's hard to believe that's the same guy I watch on television, or I watch in a debate not doing so well, or because we had a very reasonable conversation, very good conversation. If you believe the conversation, he'd like to get this thing over with. But think of it, in the whole country, we've done this so much. We have the crime down to a level that nobody ever, I campaigned a little bit on crime, a lot on the border. The problem is I gave you the best border in the history of our country. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. I did it a long time ago. I was able to do it. Within 3 months of taking office, I had that border locked and closed. And, nobody even tries to come up anymore. It's easy now. Nobody even tries to come up. Before they were coming up by the millions. But nobody wants to talk about that. They only want to talk about whatever the last thing is. But we're taking out thousands and thousands of criminals. And the worst thing that Biden did to this country, because, again, inflation I can solve, all this stuff. The hardest thing to solve is when you have people brought into the country and you have to take those people. We have a very unfriendly court system, frankly, especially at the lower levels. Take those people and you have to say, I'm sorry, but you're going out. And in many cases, they're murderers. And, they shoot you. They kill you. You've seen that, where they kill you. You're after a murderer. Sir, you're going to have to come with me. And they end up shooting you. It's a very tough job that they have.
I know you addressed this morning. You talked about the incredible success, and it is an incredible success at the southern border. But you were asked, with the shift in Minneapolis and Tom Homan going to Minnesota, do you still have confidence in DHS Secretary Kristi Noem? You brought up the success at the border.
Look,
you do.
She was there with the border. Who closed up the border? She did, with Tom Homan, with the whole group. I mean, they closed up the border. The border is a tremendous success, one of the most secure borders in the entire world. We were a laughingstock 1.5 years ago for the whole world. The whole world laughed at us. I had friends that said, is that real? They'd look at a picture. You've been down to the border. They'd look at a picture of the border with hundreds of thousands of people pouring in like it was water. And they said, is that really taken? They can't believe it. They think it's one of these crazy movies that they make. The border was horrible. It was horrible. I did the border twice. First time I won, 2016, I won on the border. But that border was nothing, and I fixed it immediately. It was great. We had great years, and we had a great economy. We had the best economy in history in 2016, my first term. And we rebuilt the military, and we get the largest regulation cuts. We had the best job number. We had a great first term. This term seems to be blowing it away. I mean, the only thing we have is a Minnesota situation, and that is, I believe, easily resolved.
Okay. You're about to take the stage here in Iowa. I imagine you're going to talk about the economy.
Yeah.
I'm curious what your plan is if the Supreme Court rules negatively on your tariffs. You talk about the tariffs
We'll have to find another way.
Is there a plan B?
Yeah, the tariffs have been indispensable towards success. We've taken in $600 billion in tariffs. I gave the farmers $12 billion last week. I took them out of tariff money. It's kept the unfair competition out of our country. Now, they can build their auto plant here, but they can't build a plant in some place with, labor costs for a penny and then sell it into this country and then charge people a lot of money for a car. Mm-hmm. So the only way they can do that, they have to build the plants here. So the big auto companies from Germany, from Mexico, from Canada, Mexico and Canada are literally, their plants are closing down. They're moving into this country. So we have more activity than we've ever had. We have thousands of businesses all over the country being built. We have hundreds of big major factories between AI, autos, and many other things being built. We've never had a thing like this.
And you use them as a tool for world peace.
For world peace, yeah. We have to use it for world peace.
But what happens if the Supreme Court strikes down the tariffs?
We will find some other way of doing a similar thing. But it'll be more inconvenient.
I was just speaking to some of the diners here today. Right. David Ullman, he's lived in Iowa for a long time. He's in agriculture. He does express concern about the tariffs and the effect it's had on farmers in Iowa.
Well, it's going to be don't forget, they just kicked in. And we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And we've kept a lot of people out that want to come in and rip off for years, it was in the reverse. China would charge us tariffs. Other countries would charge us tariffs. I've totally reversed it. Japan gave us $550 billion. South Korea is supposed to give us $350 billion. But what happens is they're coming in, they're building plants, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't do that, so what's happening is we're getting a tremendous amount of business coming to this country, and they're coming in fast and sharp. I think the farmers are going to be the biggest beneficiary, because when you used to have people coming in and dumping their crops into the United States, and you guys were hurt, they're not allowed to do that because we're tariffing those crops.
Just a couple of more questions.
I think the farmers, in a way, and it's going to take a little while to kick in, and the farmers stuck with me the first time, and I was right, with China, when China did a little bit of a number. We gave you $28 billion then because it was a help because they were taken advantage of for years. We gave them 28. Now we gave them 12, sort of a minimal payment, $12 billion for the farmers. Nobody else would be able to do that. Nobody else would even think of doing that. But the tariffs are going to be phenomenal for the farmers, but they just kicked in.
I just see some nods here as you're talking.
A lot of nodding.
A couple of more questions.
Me,
a couple of quick more questions, Mr.
You.
President. One serious one. This whole Minnesota thing, it started because of a focus on fraud. It started because of illegal immigration and welfare fraud. Yeah. The question is, will there be accountability in Minnesota and beyond?
There's got to be. Well,
other states, California.
Minnesota is one state. If you look at California, so in Minnesota, they think it's $19 billion. If they think it's $19 billion, triple it or quadruple it. And if we catch a lot of this fraud, and I felt it for a long time, but now we know what's happening. And the answer is, yeah, there will be accountability. It's one of the little problems. I happen to think, and I've said it from the beginning, that a lot of what's going on with respect to Minneapolis, with what's happening with all the hoopla, is so people don't talk about.
You think it's a distraction?
I've said it from day one. It's a distraction because what you don't see is that we have hundreds of accountants from Todd and from all of the different people. We have hundreds of accountants going over everything that's happening. And we're finding fraud on top of fraud on top of fraud. And I think that they don't want that to happen. You're talking about $19 billion. Probably that's a minimal number. Now, you take that and you go to California. You think California is better? I would say California is worse. It's totally out of control. They don't know what they're doing out there. The governor is, I actually thought he was a pretty nice guy, but he has no clue what he's doing. Look at a railroad. He builds a railroad. It's like 20 times more expensive than it was supposed to be. And what they did to get down the cost, they made it shorter so it doesn't go to San Francisco.
You saw what he said, right? He's claiming victory in Minnesota, by the way. He has posted that you have retreated in Minnesota, Governor Gavin Newsom, and he is encouraging people to keep the pressure up.
See, I haven't heard that at all because it's just the opposite. I was called by the governor yesterday. I was called by the mayor yesterday. How do we do something? Please, how do we do something? I think it's bad for them. I don't think it's bad for us. I think it's bad for them.
Yeah, you'll have to see what Governor
But it's not
Newsom
a question
posted.
of retreat. We want safe cities. Yeah. Whether it's if we took a lot of the crime out of there. We want safe cities and states. We want a safe country. And again, we just got a report done by Democrats that the country is the safest ever recorded right now.
Right, along with a secure border. I'm just looking around, who's here today. There's a lot of people, but one guy who is not here is your Secretary of State, and I'm afraid he made a very big mistake. He gave an interview where he said that one of his tricks with you is on Air Force One. Marco Rubio goes into a room and covers himself up with blankets so that you won't see him sleeping, that you'll think it's a staffer. And so I think there's only one of two ways you go with this. You give him yet another job, or you pull the blankets back.
That's what he wants. Let me tell you, he's doing a fantastic job. But he's a tough cookie. I can tell you that. He's a tough cookie. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State we've ever had. You see what we're doing. Just today we solved a tremendous problem in conjunction with Syria. saved many lives.
Right.
I mean, we're saving a lot of lives all over the world. Ended 8 wars. I'm very proud of that because it's not tough for me. We're trying to end one more, by the way, Russia, Ukraine. And I think we're going to get that done, too. But we ended 8 wars and saved tens of millions of lives, and I'm happy about that.
You should be proud.
Thank you.
I know you're a big sports fan, so we'll end here. We now have the Super Bowl set. New England Patriots, Seattle Seahawks. Now, usually when someone asks you these questions, you answer with, which of these two teams have a greater affiliation in fandom of President Donald Trump?
That's true. In those
so
cases...
I'm curious, have you already done the analysis?
Well, I tell you what, no, but
who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, Bob Kraft is a friend of mine, and I've watched that team. You know, you got to hand it to him. He had the great team, and now he's got the great team again. They made a fantastic draft pick. The quarterback is great. But it's going to be I think it's going to be a tremendous game. I hope it's going to be a tremendous game.
Yeah. Mr. President, I know you got to take the stage. I really appreciate all the time you've given us and joining us live. We called a lot of audibles right here at the last moment. We really appreciate you joining us.
Well, you've done a tremendous job, and you've really been very fair to me. I don't even say nice. I just want to be fair, and you've been fair, and you've also been nice. And so it was an honor to do it. When I heard it was you, I said, let's do it.
All right. My goal is to tell the truth, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Will, very much. Thank you.
Thank you to the President of the United States.
Thank you.
A lot of folks here very pleased with.
All right, so when somebody asked earlier about him wearing one glove, obviously it's for shaking hands, and then somebody said his hand is bruised. You can actually see my hand is kind of bruised. Yeah, it's right there. There's a bruise. There it is. Because I've got a 7-pound Maltese who thinks my hand is a Chewy toy. But can you imagine shaking 100 or 200 people's hands? Yeah, it's gonna leave a mark. I mean, it's a good thing he doesn't have a 6 or 7 pound Maltese, because he'd have like scars all up his arms and everything. All right, so I understand SB looked at it and said it was like a 15-minute ride from the restaurant to the venue. So he's going to be tied up for like 15 minutes. So I thought what I would do is run yet another infomercial, but I'm pretty sure you won't have a problem with this one for some reason.
This Friday.
Everyone wants to know, so here it is.
20 days in her life.
I will move forward with purpose and, of course, with style.
Witness history in the making.
I feel energized to serve the American people. Here we go again.
Don't put that on tape, please.
Please do.
Melania, rated PG, exclusively in theaters Friday.
First Lady Melania Trump joins us now for an exclusive interview. Good morning to you, Madam First Lady.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm excited about the movie. I hope to go see it this weekend. But first, let's talk about some of the news that's happening around our country. And let's start with what's happening in Minnesota. There are these protests. There are these shootings. The world is divided. There's pressure on both sides. You have talked a lot about coming together and being respectful. And your husband yesterday had a way to maybe bring some calmness to that area, contacting the governor, contacting the mayor, hopefully working together. What is your message for America about unifying both sides?
We need to unify. I'm calling for unity. I know my husband, the president, had a great call yesterday with the governor and the mayor, and they're working together to make it peaceful and without riots. I'm against the violence, so if we protest in peace. And we need to unify in these times.
Mm-hmm. This past weekend, we saw this monster storm just pummel so many states across our country. 34 people, as of this morning, have died. 500,000 are still without power. 28,000 flights have been canceled. That's the most since COVID. And we watched you when you went to the flood zones in North Carolina, when you visited those precious girls at Camp Mystic down in Texas. You went to the fires, the Palisade fires in California, Las Vegas for the shootings during the first term. I know you went to Puerto Rico during the floods in the first time. So what is your message to Americans who are suffering right now?
I feel deep compassion for the people who are impacted by this storm. I know that federal government is working hard to provide assistance to all who need it. And as Americans, we need to help each other and come together in these difficult times.
You have decided.
I send them.
Go ahead, sorry.
I send them my strength and love and thinking of them. And I know that they will be okay. And here we are, the government is here helping. So I hope the weather will get better soon.
Well, you have decided to pull back the curtain on what's happening in the administration. You take us behind the scenes. You show us so much, apparently, in this new movie that's coming out on Friday. The movie is called A New Film, Melania, and it's in theaters everywhere. We have all seen the trailer. You released that right here on Fox and Friends First recently. What can we expect, and why was this important to you? Because you're a very private person in many aspects.
This story was never told before. So the audience will see me, how I manage my business, my philanthropy, family, preparation for the inauguration, and also establishing the East Wing for the White House. How I manage all of that in 20 days prior to the inauguration. Transition from private citizen to being a first lady again.
What was it like? Because you had these cameras following you all around every day from the beginning of January all the way through the inauguration.
It was intense schedule, but that is my life. And they were following me. And as you know, in these situations, you could only have a one take. Mm-hmm. So whatever we got it. And I had a great team around me and very talented director that he put together the team, the award-winning team. So that was a plus.
There's the famous hat that you wore Inauguration Day, the second term. We see some scenes of you designing your inauguration dress. We see the hat. And then we also see moments, apparently, of when you talk to the Bidens. You have tea together. You drive to the rotunda. You're on Air Force One. The Bidens send off. So how were the Bidens to the Trumps on that day?
They were very nice and very beautiful relationship that day. So it was a very special day that we spent it together driving to the Capitol. And it was very cordial relationship.
There's another scene where the president is preparing a speech. I'm not sure which speech that was. Maybe you can tell us. You jump in and you add different language. You say, maybe you should say it this way. How involved are you in the president's day-to-day?
I give him my advice and I tell him what I think. Sometimes he listens, sometimes he doesn't. But I am here to support him. I think it's very important to have an open communication.
And that scene when he's at the podium and it's at the White House, I assume that's the inauguration speech. Is that what you were helping him with?
Yes, it's inauguration speech.
There's another scene with the Secret Service, and you're planning security for the inauguration. This is, mind you, after 2 assassination attempts on his life. There were death threats at the time on your life, too. So are those dangers always a part of your everyday, are those part of your everyday thoughts?
You think about it, and I have a great Secret Service team, and you need to be very vigilant. What do you do? Where you go? We are living in the dangerous times, and preparation for inauguration was part of it.
You show some scenes of a typical marriage, a typical dynamic. There's one that made me laugh at the very end of the trailer where you're calling the president. You say, "Hi, Mr. President, congratulations." And he says, "Did you watch?" And you said, "I did not. I will see it on the news." So typical dynamic. Why was it important for you to include that scene? Because you didn't have to do that, but I'm glad you did.
I was very involved in the leading the production and choosing the trailer. I want to show the people that they will see the communications and private communications between me and my husband. So that was part of it.
And I know that you had a private screening for the movie on Saturday. Just very, very close friends, family members. A source that was there told me that the college students, the teenagers were mystified. They were glued to the screen. They loved it. And what I was curious to know, what did the president say to you after the screening, after he saw it for the first time? Was that the first time you saw it Saturday night?
It was the first time that he saw a whole film, and he loved it. He said, a must watch.
And then what about Barron? Because I know Barron's in the film a lot. What did he say? What was his reaction?
He is in the film, and he liked it too.
And what about the other children?
The other children didn't see it yet.
Okay.
They will see it soon. And but it was wonderful to have so many world leaders with me on Saturday from all different fields. And we were celebrating it, and the reception of the movie, of the film, was very warm.
And what is your favorite part of the movie when we all go to watch it this weekend?
It's very hard to choose because the audience will experience many different emotions. Humor, sadness, grief, many things, and I think everybody will connect on the certain scenes.
Also, the letter to Putin, that led to 2 unifications, returning children from Russian captivity back home to their moms and their dads in Ukraine. You have the Take It Down Act legislation, fostering the future executive order. You have the AI Zoom and Roundtable. You recently met with Tim Cook and with Lisa Su with AMD, the second largest chip manufacturer. So you're extremely busy. When you wrote that letter to Putin, we were all just amazed that you were getting involved and that you were standing up for those children, because that's been a concern of everyone around the world. Did you run that by the president, or does he have to run everything by you first?
I told him that I'm writing the letter, and if he would please give it to President Putin. We had a success. He wrote back right away, and I'm still working to unify more children. We are in the process. I hope we will have success soon again. And I'm very mission oriented. I want to impact Americans' lives. And of course, I am honored to carry on the duties of First Lady, traditional duties, as planning state dinners, organizing Easter egg roll and Christmas, and all of the events that go in the White House. So I have a very wonderful team in the East Wing office, and they work tirelessly every day.
And what is it like being in the White House for the second term? Compare that to the first term, because this is the beginning of moving back into the house you lived in 4 years prior.
As I said, I'm very action-oriented, and we had a great success the first year. So many, as you just mentioned, Take It Down Act legislation. It was bipartisan. Was a big success. It was written into a law. I'm working on another legislation right now. I have Fostering the Future, and so many other points that you mentioned. 25 million to HUD for fostering the future children. So many different things that people can go on my website and read it.
Madam First Lady, thank you so much for joining us.
back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
As of right now, President Trump is not on stage. In fact, there's no speaker on stage yet. So we're waiting for him to go from the restaurant where he just was with Will Cain to the venue. So we'll just jump into some extra news that I had just in case. Always got to have other stuff just in case President Trump is delayed. So I always tell you guys, use your face, use your eyes to determine how people are responding. Are they winning or losing? You can usually tell whether people are winning or losing by their demeanor, the different things that they say and how they act. Well, I'm going to show you some stuff about Tim Walz, but what I'm going to show you right now should give you a real big indication as to, who might be winning this whole Minneapolis thing and who might be losing. SV sent me this earlier, and it says, just in, leftist protesters have stormed outside of Tim Walz's office in Minnesota. They're furious that he's starting to cave to President Trump and Tom Homan. This is how you know he's losing. And they're all outside of his office at the Capitol building, screaming, protesting. That's not winning, people. That is definitely not winning. If you couple that with the demeanor that you saw President Trump and how he was walking around, basically shaking people's hands, no, that's not winning whatsoever. I think I've got another one here I can show you. This one's about 2 minutes long. Hold on, let me just bring this down so I can show it to you. It's a Fox hit, and on this Fox hit, hold on, let me bring it in here real quick. Since we've got some time to burn. Where is it? Here we go. Check this out, talking about winning and losing as well. This is another indicator that you guys can take a look at.
This conversation that he had with Tom Homan, he described it as a productive one. And he said that he reiterated his main ask of Tom Homan is that Operation Metro Surge end as quickly as possible. The fact that these meetings are happening at all, it marks a significant change in the dynamics of this standoff that has really been escalating for more than a month now. Governor Tim Walz says that President Trump told him, quote, "We'll be doing things different with Tom Homan in charge." And this morning, after meeting with Homan, Walz's office said the governor reiterated Minnesota's priorities: impartial investigations into the Minneapolis shootings involving federal agents, a swift, significant reduction in the number of federal forces in Minnesota, and an end to the campaign of retribution against Minnesota. One of the big questions now, though, is exactly how different will things look here in terms of the operations? Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino has taken a very aggressive approach, trying to sweep up as many illegal immigrants as possible, which has often led to clashes with protesters. Homan has pushed for a more targeted approach, focusing on specific individuals with violent criminal records. A lot of folks here seem to be at least hopeful that this leadership change will help calm things down.
I think it's definitely encouraging, but I also don't want to get complacent. I don't think we can definitively say that it's over.
Getting fired is not justice. The man needs to be brought to trial for what he's wrought on Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota.
Yeah, last night, a few dozen protesters there targeted a hotel in the Minneapolis suburb of Maple Grove, where they believed Greg Bavino was staying, until local Maple Grove police showed up, started arresting people. At least 26 arrests made last night. Different scene than what we've seen at some of these hotel protests in Minneapolis, where federal agents are lucky if police show up at all. Martha?
Absolutely.
They're losing it. Even CNN had to come on with something today. And when you hear this, you're going to realize, oh my gosh, they're already face palming. That's how bad this is.
CNN is learning that Alex Preddy had a physical encounter with federal agents about a week before he was shot and killed by law enforcement. Sources tell CNN that Preddy broke a rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting. Priscilla Alvarez is breaking that story for us. What else are you hearing, Priscilla? Dana, we're learning more details along with my colleague Jeff Winter about what exactly transpired a week before Alex Preddy was shot in Minneapolis and died this past weekend. Now, in this earlier incident, he stopped his car after observing ICE agents chasing what he described as a family on foot and began shouting and blowing his whistle. Preddy later told one of these sources that 5 agents tackled him and one leaned on his back, appearing to leave him with a broken rib. According to this source, and I'm quoting here, that source said, quote, that day he thought he was going to die. Now, Preddy was later given medication that is consistent with treating a broken rib, according to records reviewed by CNN. Sources also say that he was known to federal law enforcement, though it's unclear whether it was this incident or another with federal agents that they knew of him. It's also unclear whether the officers who tackled him on Saturday knew who he was.
All right, so let this sink in with you. Renee Good had previously been known to be somebody who stalks ICE and tries to run them over and block their cars. And then she had her ultimate demise. And now here we are a week later. Good job, media. A week later, we're finding out this guy had a run-in with ICE and got his ribs broken all up. And then he just met his demise. You seeing a pattern here? They're not peaceful protesters. Not at all. These people are, in fact, I don't think we can call them protesters anymore.
Do know, however, is that federal immigration officers have been collecting personal information of protesters and agitators within the context of what the Department of Homeland Security has warned is repeated threats towards officers as they are conducting immigration enforcement operations. In fact, just Tuesday, the department also publicized an online tip form to share information about people allegedly harassing ICE officers. We've also heard Tom Homan, the White House border czar, say that a database would be created for those who are arrested for impeding law enforcement. But thus far, in our queries to the Department of Homeland Security, they have said that no such database exists.
Yeah, they're going to tell you. Exactly. Now, having played football, I can tell you there's no cure for a broken rib. It doesn't exist. You may wear something around it so your rib doesn't get hit again. You don't bump into it. You don't fall down. But there's nothing that's going to, quote, heal a broken rib. So what? Read between the lines here. Wussy boy needed some painkillers for his broken rib. Now, any of you who have broken a rib, I don't expect you, especially if you're a lady, that, that would be a bad thing. But some of us guys who have broken ribs, deal with it, bro. Oh, that's why you can't. Loser. But as I was saying, I don't consider these people protesters anymore. They are enemy combatants. I think we have to lose the word protester because that's what they think enables them. How is it that we're just finding out a week later or a week before this same guy had a run-in with ICE, and Renee Good had a run-in with ICE? The pattern here is unmistakable. These people are here to do battle. They're not here to do protesting. So I'm going to get back into my show because President Trump's not ready yet, and I still have some content for you. So let's jump in.
Light for the very first time. And I would last like to call out Stephen Miller, who is in the center of this. We always focus on Trump, as we often focus on the top people. But Stephen Miller, like a man named Ben Detson, he was the one who created the internment camps for Japanese. Heinrich Himmler in the Nazi regime. This is what he is. And
so Kara Swisher, I believe her name is. When you keep saying these podcasts that you're comparing people in the administration to Nazis, this is what you get. This is why these people go crazy. They don't understand that they're being programmed. They don't understand the propaganda. They think it's real. They do not have the mental capacity to discern. And so right now, as it's been for a few months or not, maybe years, everybody's a Nazi, deplorable, MAGA, xenophobe, all the phobes. Islamophobe, we're all phobes. And they've tried to reinforce this, and it has worked. These people have been completely zombified. They can't tell the difference. She goes home in her cushy house, and whatever money she makes, she's not worried about it. She's just there to force feed pablum to the people, the morons. And this guy, I forget his name, but what he's about to say is even worse.
He, of course, Trump gets most of the blame being at the top, but people like Stephen Miller, will go down in history as evil, had blood on his hands, and should be jailed at the very end of this. And you're absolutely right.
Something I'm spending a lot of time thinking about and trying to get some politicians on board with and some public figures is the following.
And this guy is a professor, I forget at what college, but he's well known, quite wealthy. Listen to what he says the little people should do here, because he wants the little people to do something he's not doing.
I want to look at the fastest political movement in history. It was actually about exactly 6 years ago, and that was 2020, when the GDP went down 31% because of COVID. We had the greatest political movement in history in terms of actual move to action. And my fear is that every few years we protest, we make signs, we chant, we gather. It feels good. It looks great on CNN. And then nothing happens. If you want to understand real power and the difference between being right and being effective, stop watching protests and start watching gross domestic product, specifically GDP. Trump does not.
All right. So it's not working. They're starting to, in their war rooms where they're starting to look at things, they're like, it's not working. Nobody cares. They turn the channel. Minnesota again. Yep, don't need to see it. Don't care. Oh, somebody got broke. They got shot. But don't care. And so now the brain trust behind these people is they're looking something much more sinister. It's not working. Burn it up. I don't care. And so he starts talking about the GDP, the gross domestic product, as if there's something they can do to create some subterfuge to hurt the economy.
Respond to outrage, he responds to markets. And that's not cynicism, it's mechanics. I'm not talking about a labor strike. This isn't unions, picket lines, or collective bargaining. I'm talking about something quieter, far more unsettling to the system, and that is an economic strike.
So he just said, far more unsettling to the system. This is no longer about a cause. This is no longer about an agenda. He just pulled the curtain back and say, we want to destroy America. We did it once with COVID. Oops, I said the word. We did it once. Was he admitting that that thing was on purpose? Did he just admit to all of us that, hey, we did it once, so let's do it again. Let's destroy, let's bring the entire economy down to its knees. Now, they were able to do it before because we couldn't go out the damn house. They did their best to make sure everybody put this thing on and, stay 6 feet apart from each other. They were able to do it because people complied. Now he's like, we got to get back to that. We got to get back to the point where we can destroy America.
A short-term coordinated withdrawal from spending and maybe work. No marching, no slogans, just less. And
well, they
something
did
we
that.
forget.
They did that in Minnesota. They had a day. The business is closed.
It can't be a day. A day is annoyance. It needs to be a week or a month, and it needs to be.
It needs to be a week or a month. Good luck with that. These liberals might be kooks, but they got to eat. And this rich guy is telling them, okay, we need you to not work and not buy anything for a week or a month. How exactly do you think that's going to work? Don't buy anything? Nope. Don't go to work for a week or a month? Nope. And that's no longer work. It's a place where you used to work. Go ahead, you try it first. You tell these people, don't go to work for a month. Somebody will replace them. These people, I'm telling you, if you don't hear this stuff for yourself, you realize these people are absolute goners. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about. I'm a rich guy. I've written books and everything, but the rest of you, take the time off. Don't work. Don't spend anything. Dude, I gotta eat. How am I supposed to eat? Oh, it's for the cause. You can go on a month, water diet for a month. I don't think so. Have you seen these people shopping with their SNAP benefits? They look like they're not going to eat. I don't think they've thought this one through.
National. The U.S. economy is $27 trillion. That's $74 billion a day. And here's our power, Kara. Our economy is 70% consumer driven. Consumers actually have more power, not in signs or in guns or even in their vote right now. They have it in the power of the purse.
Oh, these people are complete nut jobs. You're hearing this. I'm sure if you're alone, you're looking like this. And if you're sitting next to somebody, like, how in the hell does he expect people not to eat, not to go to work? Basically, die in your home for the cause. It'll help the economy tank if you just don't do anything.
In that, a very small change in behavior could have an enormous effect. And that is, nothing in modern American history moves policy faster. Not marches, not speeches, just math. And then if you think about what you could do here, if wealthy households took their spending down 10% and middle class and lower income households, which have a difficult time reducing their spend, took it down 5%, you would take GDP negative almost overnight.
So you're going to ask all the rich people out there not to buy stuff. They're not going to live the way they normally live. Cut it back by 10%. Okay. And you're asking the middle class, cut it back for 5%. He actually came up with this. He actually thought this was a good idea. And now he's saying it on video. He's telling people, if you just spend less, then guess what? We'll tank the whole economy. I don't think you thought this out, bro.
And then it's hard because it requires coordination. It's risky, especially for people living paycheck to paycheck. But that's...
You think? That's risky. You might not have a job to go back to. Yeah. Please put this on paper so we can all see your plan. I'm going to tank the economy by telling people don't buy stuff and don't go to work. And I want you to tell some of the people who you think would follow this so we can find them. We have to do a wellness check when they kick the bucket and they're home alone with their cats will eat them. These cat ladies, how's a cat supposed to eat? Cat's going to be like, excuse me, you got to change the stuff in my poop box and feed my ass. Well, you can be crazy. I still got to eat. I know what it's like feeding a Chihuahua and a Maltese. If they don't get their stuff by 8:30 in the morning, they're all over me. I mean, just crazy. Daddy, feed me. And this dude's saying, like, oh, just cut back. Everybody got to tighten your belt here. Wow.
Exactly why it works.
The world is...
I don't think you thought that one through. Go for it, bro. I'm all with you. I will help you print up the flyers. I will help you deliver the flyers. I may even go out and help you put it on poor people's cars. I wouldn't go put that on the black people's cars, though. I just tell them that you can't eat. Even the warlord I showed you earlier, tell him he can't eat. He looked like a big burly guy. Cut back. Lord help us with these people. And now, like he said, we're going to try and activate the entertainers and celebrities. And so I don't know if you've noticed, but there's been an overabundance of these nut jobs coming out.
Hurting right now, and this country is hurting, and it's appalling. I'm appalled. I'm sickened. And we can't go another day just sort of accepting this as our new norm. It's outrageous. People are being murdered. And I don't want to normalize seeing people being murdered on the internet, on film. It's hideous. And so if we can do anything out here to support the movement, to cast ICE out, to delegitimize this unbelievably criminal organization, then that's what we should be doing. So I'm proud to wear the pin.
And it's great to see people with your platform to speak out against that kind of stuff, right? That you and so many great creatives here are doing that.
Well, I think so many Americans are. I mean, you see the marches happening around the country. Americans are speaking up in huge numbers, and it's dangerous to be a protester now, and people are still going out into the streets, which is incredibly inspiring.
It's not her. Using her platform, she said. What platform? I bet you until I say her name, most of you have no idea who that was. Hey, honey, who's this chick who says she's got a big platform talking about we shouldn't do stuff? I don't know. That woman's name Olivia Wilde, which I haven't seen her in a show since Doc went off the air. And by the way, you should look up who her parents are. Olivia. Now, let's listen to what Natalie Portman had to say. Another rich actress.
Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional because it's really been, it's such a horrible day. It's been a horrible week. And it's very joyful to be at a film.
Wait. How is it joyful? And I'm crying. It's joyful. It's horrible. It's horrible and joyful. Hey, let me ask you guys a question. How many people have you cried for that you don't know? I'm just saying. You may even feel empathetic. You may like, man, that really sucks. No, they're actresses. Who cries for people they don't know? I watched some of the most horrific stuff when the October 7th stuff, and it was like horrible. I watched people get dismembered and all, and I didn't cry. I was like, this is disgusting. I cannot believe they did that to people. I'm crying because Nicole Renee, whatever her flipping name was, who I don't even know, be gone with her. What time's dinner?
Festival and in a creative community celebrating film together. But what is happening in our country is just obscene, and what Trump and Kristi Noem and ICE are doing to our citizens is, and to undocumented people is outrageous and needs to end. And I'm very moved by all of the people.
This just has to end. We just can't do this anymore. They got activated. The call went out and said, if you want some more movies, you want to do it, we got some deep secrets about you, whatever it is, get out there and, do what you need to do. Step and fetch it.
Coming out and supporting each other in community and showing the best of America, really being like incredible neighbors and citizens. But it's just too much.
These are. It's funny. I didn't see her crying. Any of the people like Laken Riley, the young woman who had her throat cut on the subway. Oh, it's just horrible. This is horrible, though. Not the other stuff. We need to come together as Americans who hate Trump. And most of these people I could really give two poops about. This guy broke my heart. I felt like the Godfather. He broke my heart. Because I liked his movies. Now I'll never give you another dime. That's how they trick us. You should come out before you start making any movies and say, I'm a crazy liberal, I hate Trump, and I hate Republicans, and I hate America. Then I would never have had to watch your movies. This guy broke my heart.
Normal times, and it's like we have extrajudicial like assaults on Americans and humans going on a daily basis now, and it's not okay. And even though all people kind of have to put one foot in front of the other and deal with the demands of the day, we cannot act like this is not happening. I think what they're doing in Minnesota with the strike needs to expand. I think we should be.
Oh, so he's on board with the guy. I know I'm worth about 20, 30 million, but I think what y'all should do is stay home, drink some water, and not go to work. You giving them a loan? Oh, no. No, they'll have to. That's part of the struggle. See, it won't affect you. You bring in your chef and your personal trainer and jump in the pool and hang out with whoever you hang out with. No, are they really doing it? Are they? Oh, somebody died from not eating for a week. Oh, well. Come on, Ed. This is Ed Norton. The woman before him was Natalie Portman. And like I said, I loved Ed Norton's movies. I could name a bunch of them. The Italian Job and Rounders, all these movies. I loved it. And now I got to turn my back on you, bro. Now, after you took so much money from me, donate it to one of your newcomer friends.
Talking about a national general economic strike until this is over and stopped.
A national economic strike. Why is it always these people who make so much money, they want to tell everybody else, don't spend any of yours? How about you first? How about you show us that you rip up your ATM, call your accountant, nothing else goes out for the next month, nothing. I'm not shopping for food, I'm not shopping for clothes, I'm not going to go out to dinner. You do it first and do it publicly so we can see you on the front lines of not eating, and then whatever movie roles you're up for, go ahead and cancel them too. You said everybody should just stop going to work. Are you on a set someplace? Oh, Barry, I'm getting paid $5 million for this movie. I don't give a shit. Stop working. You just tell everybody else to. We got to show them the economic. You know why? Because you won't get the role back. You'd be done. Oh, man. Hypocrites.
Love to hear a multimillionaire telling Americans to stay home from work, to protest people trying to rectify an open border that he and President Obama and President Clinton had no problem with when Joe Biden opened the border and let 10, 15 million illegals in this country, and they had nothing to say. And now these multimillionaires sit there full of their piety and say, you stay home from work, you make no money to protect these illegals and illegal criminals that they're trying to deport. I find this to be just
Can I just say something?
Here's exactly. Like, hey, Oprah and Natalie Portman and Ed Norton and whoever that guy was on who's starting it all, he's calling people around and saying, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to tell people, don't eat, don't buy nothing, and don't even go to work. And there's going to be some morons who are like, this sounds good. Hey, then what happens when it's over? Then I still be on boycott because I can't buy anything because I don't have a job. Then it worked permanently. Because I can just see a bunch of nimrods saying, that's a great idea. I won't buy anything. That'll show them no gas. I ain't paying my light bill. I'm not buying any toothpaste, not buying any soap. I'm not participating in this economy anymore. How long do you think that'll last? How long do you think before the lights go blip? Wow, it's awful dark in here. Blip. No heat. No water. It's working. We're really showing the man.
Most important part of this whole thing, unreported. Okay? There is a man in Shanghai, China, an American citizen. His name is Neville Roy Singham. He works with the Beijing government.
As Bill is dropping information on this guy, how screwed do you think he really is? Now that they've seen in the Signal chat this guy's name all over the place and he's one of the funders, how screwed is this guy? Mm-hmm.
He is funneling millions of dollars into the United States of America through 501s like Party for Socialism and Liberation, Democratic Socialists of America, Minnesota Immigration Rights Action Committee. There he is, okay? Connecticut-born, 71 years old, billionaire tech guy. He is funneling money here to these radical organizations who are then agitating professional people, communists mostly, because Singham's a communist, all right, to go in and foster rebellion.
Wait, hold on, Bill. Wait a second. Wait. How do the words billionaire and communist go together? How do you look at this guy and go, yeah, he's with us. He's with the people. He's a communist. He's a billionaire. The boss is coming on. Finally hit the stage. Let's go.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Iowa with so many proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. It's an amazing state. What a place. Boy, do we have some victories here. Were they the greatest? So exactly 2 years ago this month, it was the people of Iowa who put us on a rocket ship back to the White House. It was a rocket. That was a quick one. After a rigged election, we had a rigged election. I said, do we do it again? And I said, I think we better do it again. Not too many people who would have said that. But we did so well the second time, I said, well, we won twice, we got to do it a third time. Should we do it a fourth time? Four victories. 4 victories. We got the right team over there. There's the right team over there. We said, geez, that would be easy for you. That wouldn't even be work. But you came out by the thousands on a cold and snowy winter evening. Remember that beautiful evening? And together we won the Iowa caucuses in a 30-point landslide. That was great. I'll never forget it. It was so freezing. You think it's cold now? That blew it away. Whatever happened to global warming? You know? Now it's, it's like one of those things. But it was the coldest night. I remember it was way below zero. And they say, sir, you don't have to come till 10 or 11 o'clock because a caucus takes longer. Then I got a call at, let's say the polls closed at 7. Sir, you've won. I said, I won what? They told me 10 o'clock. They can't announce. They said, you won by so much. They just called it at 1 minute after 7. So, right? So we made the journey. And we made that journey through all the cars and everything else, and we made a speech, but what an evening that was. Then in November, we won the state by a massive landslide. That was incredible in the election. And we then went on to win all swing states, all 7 of them. They said 7 swing. Well, he could win 4 of them. He's doing very well, but we won 7. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades by millions and millions of votes. And we won a category that's very important. We won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. How about that? Other than that, we didn't do too well. So now we're back where it all started to celebrate the greatest first year of any administration in American history. They say that. Even the radical left is saying, we did a lot of things. 12 months ago, Joe Biden handed us a mess. We inherited the legacy of record high inflation, the highest inflation in the history of our country. They say the fake news, ooh, that's a lot of fake news. No, the fake news said it's 48 years. I remember recently I said the highest inflation, the worst, I believe this, by the way, worst in the history of our country. They said it wasn't the worst. It was 48 years. I said, that's okay, too. Somehow that sounds even worse than when you say the history, right? 48 years. I accepted that, but I think it was in the history. A mass invasion of our border and our country was being laughed at all over the world. We were being laughed at. We were a joke. We're not a joke anymore. We're not a joke. We're not being laughed at anymore. But today, just after 1 year of President Trump, our economy is booming, incomes are rising, investment is soaring, inflation has been defeated, our border is closed, totally closed. And America is respected all over the world like they've never been respected. 1 year, I thought it would take us 2 years. I guess I'm following in the great path of John Deere. We got the chairman of John Deere here, chairman and CEO, that's pretty good. I even signed a John Deere hat for him. He said, I'm going to put this in the museum. I said, that's good. No, it's a great company. And you just said you're opening up 2 massive plants because of tariffs. You're opening up one in North Carolina, one someplace else. And you're expanding all over the place. You're doing a great job. I bought a lot of John Deere stuff. I bought a lot of John Deere. It's a great company. It's an honor to have you. Thank you very much. This has been the most dramatic 1 year turnaround of any country in history in terms of the speed. I really thought it would take us 2 or 3 years to do what we're doing. You know, we're the number 1 country anywhere in history in the world, anywhere in history for investment coming into the country. And it's amazing. And it's because of tariffs. And it's also because of the fact that we had such a tremendous November 5th. That November 5th brought spirit back to our country, came back. You know, one thing I think which is so important is, if you remember a year and a half ago, we couldn't get people to enlist in the military, any of them, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, any of them, the Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force, right? We couldn't get them, and even police departments, they couldn't get anybody with a uniform that represented the country. You couldn't get them. And today, we have the single greatest recruitment numbers in the history of our military. The police forces are loaded. Law enforcement is loaded up. And everybody wants to be a policeman, a fireman. They want to be in the military, any branch. I mean, we literally, they couldn't get them. A year and a half ago, nobody wanted to be in the military. Now everybody wants to be in the military. It's an amazing thing that's happened, an amazing turnaround. And all because we have a president who does something very simple, puts America first, right? Right? Thank you. So under my leadership, economic growth is exploding to numbers unheard of. They've never had them before in recent times, and now, and we're just getting started. You know, the great, big, beautiful bill, which is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. Do we have any seniors in here? Do we have any seniors in here? One of the fake news said, he did that because he doesn't want to pay tax on his Social Security. Don't you believe? That's what I never thought of. These are sick people. But despite the fact that we've just really started, it's just kicking in because we inherited such a horrible situation with all of the high prices and the inflation and everything else. And by the way, the open borders, we had millions, and everything you see today wouldn't happen. They opened the borders, but we had a 5.4%. And since the election, the stock market is at 52 all-time highs, adding $9 trillion in value to your savings, retirement accounts, and 401ks. So 401k people, I mean, of which you got a lot of people. Does anybody have a 401k in the audience? A lot of people. So you're setting records, right? The highest it's ever been. They say this, you know, the good stock market, they say, well, this stock market, you know, they just try so hard. This stock market doesn't affect the middle class. I say it does. What about a 401k? What about all the other things? What about the fact that they're making more salary than they've ever made? But the stock market's the highest. How is John Deere stock doing? Great? All-time high? It's all-time. Everyone, I don't have to even ask the question. I mean, I made a lot of people rich. Me, I just keep working. I made a lot of people rich. I made a lot of people rich that I don't even like. I got a lot of people that I don't like at all, and I've doubled their net worth. But after 4 years in which Biden got less than $1 trillion in new investment, think of it. He took in substantially less in 4 years than $1 trillion we secured commitments for a record-breaking plus 18 trillion. So in 1 year, we did over 18 trillion, and he did less than 1 trillion. Just over 1 year ago, under Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left lunatics, we were a dead country. We were a dead country. I'll tell you, 1 year ago, a little more than 1 year ago, we were a dead country. The king of Saudi Arabia told me that. You've heard me say it. He said it better than anybody else. He said, you know, I can't believe it. A few months ago, he said, a year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said, I can't believe it. And today I'm pleased to announce one more historic investment. The great American company that we just talked about is doing so much. I have to give it really. I buy so much equipment from so many of the people in the, you know, we have a lot of very successful companies in here, but I know it's a very special deal because John Deere is doing $70 million in factory in North Carolina. It's brand new, the best in the world. And I think it's going to pay off very, very big. And if it doesn't, I have nothing to do with it. But if it does, I'm going to take full credit. But what it is an excavator factory, as I understand it, and it's going to be the only excavator factory. In other words, excavators. We all know I love those excavators. Believe it or not, I know a lot about them. We don't make them here. This is going to be the only excavator entirely made in the United States of America. So that's good. That's good. I love it. I love it. It's great. And they'll all come. I hate to tell you, but they're all going to be coming too. You're going to have some competition, but you'll be ahead of them. If congressional Democrats had their way this year, would right now be facing the largest tax hike. So they wanted to give you, this is what I was running against, the largest tax hike in the history of our country. I wanted to give you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And if they won, this country would be cratering right now. It would be cratering. So I've cut a record number of job-killing regulations. The reason our job numbers are so good, and remember this, I've cut hundreds of thousands of federal jobs. Now, if I didn't do that, our numbers would be even more through the roof. Or I could get them. You know what they do? In order to have decent numbers, they hire 1 million people. You hire 1 million people, all of a sudden you're down to 3.5%. We don't do that. We get rid of that job where you have 10 jobs for every, you have 10 people for every job. And they are all now, and they hated me. They hated me. Now they love me. You know why? They all got jobs in the private sector, making twice as much money as they made from the federal government, sometimes much more than that. So a year ago, they hated me, and now they love me. But it includes dozens of burdensome regulations that were crushing our amazing farmers. We love our farmers. We won this thing. I think. So a year ago, they hated me, and now they love me. But it includes dozens of burdensome regulations that were crushing our amazing farmers. We love our farmers. We won this thing. I think.
Okay, so it looks like they lost the feed at the venue. That wasn't just me, but it looks like they have a backup feed. Hold on.
Right against Biden. Our hope, but nobody even knew who the hell Kamala was. All I knew is she was the border czar.
Okay, you've been listening to.
And we're running against him. All of a sudden, he's way down in the polls, down by a lot. And all of a sudden, they take him out and they put a new. This is like I told Dana White the other night. It's like taking a fighter, putting him in. He's getting the hell beat out of him. You take him out and you put a new fighter in. I said, that's not fair, but that's what happened to me. The stuff that happened to me can only happen to me. But the Biden's EPA ridiculous water restrictions to keep federal bureaucrats off your land and out of your business. That was a big one. That was a big one. I terminated the so-called diesel exhaust fluid requirement. You know what that is? Saving family farmers more than $1 billion a year. And we're going to do a lot more. We're going to do something on tractors. You know, they never took we did it with cars. We took all that nonsense off the cars. You couldn't start your car. You'd have to go to MIT to get somebody to fix your car with all the crap they had on it in order to save a quarter of a glass of this much little tiny bit of gas. These people are crazy. And I'm going to do that, I think, for tractors, too, because we're going to get the tractors back where you don't have to be a PhD in order to start your tractor, in order to keep the environment clean. So much nonsense. I think it makes the environment dirty, actually. And very importantly, on day one, I kept my promise to the people of Iowa and abolished the insane electric vehicle mandate, which would have obligated you to go out and buy an electric car, but it would have obliterated a thing called ethanol. Do you like ethanol? Is it big? A lot of people are asking me about ethanol. I don't know. Do you want me to do something with ethanol? Maybe. After years of the United States getting ripped off by other countries on trade, I'm standing up for the workers and the farmers of our country like no other president has done this. I mean, no other president has done this. I could have had an ACC presidency. I'd probably have this little piece of ear back, you know? Could have it, and I wouldn't have to listen to lunatics like this up there. I wouldn't have to listen. Isn't that nice? Thank you. Boy, they're good here. Do we love our law enforcement? They work very quickly. But under Sleepy Joe, we had the largest trade deficit in world history. But in 1 year, I've slashed our gaping trade deficit by a staggering 77%. How about that? What about that? That's pretty good, right? 77. Nobody's ever seen that. You know, if you slash your trade deficit by 1%, you're like a genius. They say, oh, he's very electable. He's not so electable. I did 77. I did something else, favored nations on drugs. We now are paying the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. In other words, we're matching favored nations. It's called most favored nations. Every other president tried for it. They didn't try very hard. They didn't get anything. I got it done. I got all the nations to agree. You think that was easy? I said, if you don't agree, we're going to put tariffs on you. They said, we agree. We agree. So you'll have a pill that costs $10, as an example, costs $10 in London, costs $130 in Des Moines, and now it's going to cost $20. Think of it. You'll go from $130 down to $20. It's the biggest price reduction of prescription drugs in history. And going to have a huge impact on your health care, too. I was very proud of it. And you know, the fake news, I can't get them to talk about it. Think of it. I got the biggest price reduction in history on drugs, pharmaceuticals. I can't get these guys to talk about it. It was page like 22 in the New York Times, a little story. I just got the biggest, I can't believe it. If a Democrat got a half a point down, this is like hundreds of, depending on the way you want to calculate it, you could say it's an 80% reduction, or you could say it's 1,000% reduction. You could say whatever you want, but it's the biggest reduction in history by many, many times. I did something because we were subsidizing the entire world. We were paying 10 times, in many cases, more money than the rest of the world. And I said it wasn't fair, and I got it done. And everyone said you can't. They said, you'll never get other countries to agree. They said, yeah. I said, yes, I will. They said, you'll never get the other countries to agree. I got the drug companies. That was not easy, I want to tell you, but that was not so bad. But they even told me, we'll agree to it, but you'll never get the other countries. I said, 100% I will. Why wouldn't I get them? And I called Macron of France. I said, you got to double the price of your drugs. He said, no, I will not do that. What was the story with his glasses the other day? What the hell was that all about? But anyway, I got them all. I don't want to go into a long story. Bottom line, I said, I'm going to increase tariffs by 25. I'm going to charge you 25% tariff if you don't do it. They said, we will do it. Why don't you ask? We'd love to do it. So I got something done that no other president could have gotten done, and no other president, I don't even think they tried. You want to know the truth? You think Biden was thinking about it? He just was thinking about how the hell to get off the stage. Remember, the guy could never find that. You have so many ways. You can jump off the front if it really gets. You got stairs all over the place. The guy could never find his way off the stage. This was not a good sign. But I've made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade. You do know they're paid agitators, right? They're paid. They get paid. You know, do you ever see their signs? You know, we used to have protests and you'd have guys making a sign in a basement. These are all paid agitators. That's all they are. They get paid to go and they don't even know when they interview them, why are you here? I don't know. They have no idea. They're paid insurrectionists, really, in some cases. They're sickos. But I've made new fair trade deals with countries covering half of all U.S. trade, scoring giant wins for the farmers, ranchers, and agricultural producers like no other president has ever done. That's why I got such a tremendous vote from the farmers, and I love you too. I do love you too. So Japan will now allow the United States to supply up to 100% of automotive ethanol, and import large amounts of aviation biofuels from the United States. That's great for you. That was part of the deal that we made. The United Kingdom will import nearly $1 billion of ethanol. That's part of their deal. Australia is allowing American beef into its market for the first time in more than 20 years. Did you know that? And beef is doing great, and we got to get the prices down a little bit, and they're starting to come down pretty much. China has agreed to purchase over $40 billion of U.S.-grown soybeans. You know that. You're selling them. They're selling them. And I went to President Xi, and he's upping it. I mean, it's $40 billion. The European Union will dramatically increase purchases of American pork, dairy, and soybean oil. They never did that before. They're all doing things that they never did before because you have a certain president that's a little bit different from the presidents that you had before. And nations from Cambodia to Thailand to the Philippines and Indonesia are eliminating all trade barriers to agricultural products. Your agricultural products had trade barriers that didn't allow them to be sold in countries that are now saying, oh, please, we'd love to accept your product. So that's great. It's going to be, you're going to see it starting to kick in now for the farmers. And to further help our farmers recover from really a catastrophe of the Biden years, what a period of years that we had. We had a country that was just dead. We had a country that was just not respected by anybody. We had a guy who didn't know where the hell he was. Do you think he worried about his farmer at night? No. He just wanted to go to sleep. This is what we had. This is what we had in our fake election. We recently issued $12 billion in farm relief. We gave them because you were screwed by other countries. I said, how much is the number? To our great Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. She's doing a great job. I said, Brooke, what's the number? And she said, $12 billion. And I wrote a check for $12 billion because we have so much money from the tariffs coming in. So you couldn't have done that before. We're a rich country now. I hope we win that Supreme Court case. You know, we have people that are China-oriented. They're people from literally that very China-oriented and foreign country-oriented trying to stop that. But we'll get it done one way or the other. We're going to do it. If we have to do it a different way, we'll do it. But we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We're doing amazing. Nobody can even believe it. Foreign countries cannot believe what's happened. They're studying us, but it won't work. But I'm also working hard to expand your markets domestically. And in the campaign, I promise to support E15 all year round. Yes. Yes? Should I do it, Kaufman? Should I do it? I did. I promised E15 all year round if I get elected. And I want to let you know, and we'll start right now. I was going to put out a statement a week ago. I said, hold it. I'm coming to Iowa to make a speech. I'm not going to put out a truth. I'm not going to put... I want to be there in person to tell them, the people of Iowa, to know that I am trusting Speaker Mike Johnson, who's great, and Leader John Thune, who's great. That's House and Senate. To find a deal that works, we've got it. For farmers, consumers, and refiners, including small and mid-sized refiners. In other words, to get E15 approved, and they're working on it. They're very close to getting it done. So I just wanted to let you know that. Yeah? Okay? And China will be sending me a bill very shortly supporting year-round E15 to my desk very quickly, and I will sign it without delay, okay? I hope you remember us for the midterms. You know, the worst thing about the midterms is the fact that no matter what happens, the people that win the presidency, you win the even if you're a good president. I think we had the best first year of any president ever, maybe they say. But even if you have any great, it's like in the last 50 years, they've won it twice. Can you believe it? If something happens, there's a screw turns with the voters. So even if it's a Democrat or Republican, whoever wins the presidency has a hard time with the midterm. If we lose the midterms, you'll lose so many of the things that we're talking about, so many of the assets that we're talking about, so many of the tax cuts that we're talking about. And it would lead to very bad things. We got to win the midterms. I mean, I'm here because I love Iowa, but I'm here because we're starting the campaign to win the midterms. We got to win the midterms. That means Senate, and it means House. Got to win them. It's crazy. You know, you think it would be like a 50-50 deal or something. It's like, for some reason, and this is Democrat too. Democrat wins the presidency. For some reason, they lose the midterms. Now, maybe they don't campaign as hard because they've campaigned. I don't know, but I campaign hard. We got to win the midterms. So remember that you got to get out and you got to vote. The midterms are very important. We're gonna really work hard on winning the midterms. We have great candidates. Again, Senate and House. We have great candidates. We got to win them, and we have candidates that rule with common sense, not this craziness. You know, we're not going to be supporting transgender for all, men and women's sports, open borders, open borders. The worst is open borders because, you know, I take care of things, and, you know, inflation, I had it beat very quickly and all, but this open border thing, you know, it's a lot of work. Taking criminals in that they allowed into our country where the jails are opened up. Remember the jails, the prisons all over, from all over the world, they're opened up. The Congo, all over South America, Venezuela, they opened up their jails. We got to get them out. I mean, it's really, really, we can never forget what that group of morons did to this country. We can never forget. And we've got to win the midterms. That's why we've got to win the midterms. As we bring trillions of dollars pouring into our country from overseas, we're also making America affordable again, a problem caused totally by the crooked Joe Biden administration. I mean, you know, I inherited this problem. They say, prices are too high. I just took over. They said, I'll never forget, I come here, I'm in 3 days, I have a news conference 3 days into my administration. What about the price of eggs? They've gone up like 5 times more. I said, I just got here. I didn't know about it. I'm sorry. And we got eggs down very quickly, remember? But I was standing there. I'm so happy. I just won. I thought the press was going to be so nice. And some lunatic right there, actually. What about the price of eggs? Eggs have gone up. I said, oh, tell me, give me a little, because I don't know. I just got here. I'm sorry. But I fixed it. Now I fixed it pretty much all, but it's going to go down even further. No, but they caused the problem. And then they came up, you know, it's a word that they came up with, affordability. Every time you hear the word, remember, they're the ones that caused the problem. And first time you heard about it was like a few months ago. This election's all about affordability. Well, They're the ones that caused the problem. But nobody knows that. You know, people forget. So they say, oh, affordability, let's vote for the Democrats. It's no, affordability. They caused a tremendous price increases. It was caused by the worst inflation we've ever had. And they come up with this word, affordability. And I saw it even, although you're not hearing it so much anymore. You know why? Because the prices are coming down so much. They don't want it to be an election based on lower prices. But we're bringing down the lower, I like that term better, it's the lower prices, we're bringing them down. But we inherited the highest prices in the history of our country, and we've rapidly brought them down. And that's what we want to do. Did you ever see them where they're being interviewed? This will be an election on affordability. And I say that, but they never talk about it after, that's all they say. They just say affordability. But they never do anything, Mr. Chairman, right? They never say, they don't talk about what do they mean. So everyone says, you know, look, you people are doing a lot of things. You're not into politics that much, although you like it, you like Trump, but you're not into politics. But you're not going to go back and examine. All you know is, oh, therefore, I guess that means they did a good job. They almost destroyed our country. They were pricing you out. When gasoline's at $4.50 and now it's at $1, I was told, you know, I was saying $1.99 today in Iowa. I was told that it was $1.85 that hit a gallon in Iowa. And you know, that's like a massive tax cut. That's actually like a massive tax cut. So the Biden nightmare cost a typical American family $34,000 in 4 years. But after 1 year of Trump, real wages are already up more than $2,000. Think of it, that's a $5,000 swing. Much faster. Wages have gone up much faster. Think of this than inflation. With him, it was just the opposite. Wages in the United States in the last year have gone up. And remember, the first part of the year, actually you could say almost the first year, I was fixing the country from the horror show that we inherited. Grocery prices, airfares, hotels, car payments, and rent prices have all come down, and they've come down very fast. And thanks to our tax cuts, millions of Americans will soon receive record-setting tax refunds, an average of more than $1,000. Think of that, $1,000 compared to last year, $1,000 just in what you're going to save with some of the tax cuts. And that number goes up exponentially over the course of 4 years. So it's amazing. It's called the Great Big Beautiful Bill. You know, one other thing that you get that's I thought was so great. I came up with it. You know, very rich people get deductions. Middle income people don't get deductions. They never had to. I said, why is it that when a rich person buys something, they get a deduction on interest, but when somebody that's working like hell, they don't get it if they want to buy a car? And I said, why can't somebody buying a car in America, only if it's made in America, if it's made in some other country, we have no interest. So I got it approved in the Great Big Beautiful Bill. You get a full tax deduction against your income tax. You get a full tax deduction. Think of it, if you purchase a car in America, if you borrow money, the interest that you're paying on that borrowed money is a full deduction for your tax purposes. And that's a tremendous deal. And you know what? It's also great for the car companies, because the car companies are going to be making a lot more cars that they couldn't believe it. And I got it passed. So just remember me as you take those deductions, please. The king of deductions. No, but it was always unfair the way a lot of people got treated. You take that deduction. One of those who will be seeing a big benefit thanks to our tax cuts is Erica Perltel. Where's Erica? Is she here? Erica? Where is Erica? Right here. Right over here. Where is she? Oh, she's so beautiful. I'm not allowed to say that anymore. If I say a woman is beautiful, that's the end of your political career, you know? But she is beautiful. How are you? Congratulations. What a good story. She's the general manager at Whiskey River Bar in Ankeny, Iowa, which, as you know, I visited strongly a couple of times in the campaign. And Erica's been able to hire many new employees, and they're each going to be taking home thousands and thousands of dollars extra because of the no tax on tips. And She's got a lot more people wanting to work for her, too, because of that. No tax on tips. That's just one of many. How's that working out, Erica? Good? You want to come up and say a few words? Come on up, Erica. You want to come on up? And while she's coming up, also with us is Judy Waldron from Davenport. Judy works part-time as a bartender, and her husband, Chris, is an electrician who works hours on overtime each week. Their family is going to save thousands of dollars on no tax on overtime and no tax on tips, which they'll use to prepare for retirement. And I want to thank you, Judy. Where's Judy? Come here. Where's Judy? Come on up, Judy. Get up here. Come on up. They're totally unprepared for this, but what the hell, right? Say a few words. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. No tax on tips is huge for everyone in the service industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would just like to say the same thing. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, honey. Good luck. Thank you, baby. I refuse to say they're beautiful. I refuse. But they're beautiful. Do all people look like that in Iowa? I don't think so. Thank you both. Congratulations, too. Great. That's great. We're not supposed to come up, but I looked at both of them and I said, get up here. We're also pleased to be joined by Governor Kim Reynolds. Kim, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Great. A man who's become a real star, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott. He's become a star. He's done a real job. He knows his business. And he's a big cutter. He cuts a lot of things. Small Business Administrator, another real star, Kelly Loeffler. Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. Thanks, Kelly. Great person. Those are great people. Also with us are Representatives Ashley Hinson. These are people running for office. We have to vote them. Randy Feenstra, Marionette Miller Meeks, and Zach Nunn. I want to thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to tell you that they're all great and they're all running and they should be in good shape, but you got to get out and vote. Got to get out and vote. Iowa Attorney General Brenna Bird. Where's Brenna? Hi, Brenna. Boy, she was early to endorse me. She was so early. We appreciate it. We'll never forget that. That was great. Thanks a lot, Brenna. And you're doing well. I hear you're doing great, right? Thank you. She's running again. You got to vote for her. State House Majority Leader Bobby Kaufman. Bobby. Guys, you gotta move her there. Thank you, Bobby. Great job. Great family. Former State Senate President Leader. Now, I have to tell you about this guy. He endorsed me, the first person in the entire United States of America. It was a year before I even knew I was running, he endorsed me. He endorsed me because he thought I would be good. I wasn't even thinking about running. He was so early. He was the first person in the United States, before my wife, before my kids. State Senate President. He's a Marlboro man. He looks like the Brad Zahn. Where's Brad? Where are you, Brad? Come on up here. Get up here, Brad. And state representatives Heather Hora, Derek Wolf, Brooke Bowden, and many other wonderful members of the Iowa State House. I want to thank you all for being here. Brad, you got to say, look at this guy. Can you talk, Brad?
Well, it's an honor to be here. And you know, my wife is a Fox News junkie, and she loves Laura Ingraham. And I tell her, I said, enjoy every second because you are the GOAT. Promises made, promises kept. Thank you. Great job. Thank you.
He's the Marlboro man, right? He can do that, do whatever he wants. He was so early. I said, who the hell is that guy in Iowa that keeps endorsing me? Thank you, Brad. We won't forget. The Trump administration has done more in 12 months than most administrations achieve in 4 years or 8 years, and we've done a lot. I've recently introduced my plan to repair the damage of the Unaffordable Care Act, the worst disaster, which now costs many families more than a mortgage. If you look, a number came out, it's a bigger cost than a mortgage, and it's bad health care. Obamacare was created to make insurance companies rich with government subsidies. I want all that money that gets paid to the insurance companies to get paid directly to the people. That's all I want. So that you can buy better health care at a lower cost. The problem is the Democrats don't want to do that because they are owned by the insurance companies. So they say, oh, we don't want to do that. I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy their own health care. You'll buy much better health care. You have a lot of money left over. And I'm also making it a lot easier to buy a thing called a house, the American dream. Last week, I signed an executive order to ban Wall Street and large institutional investors from buying up all the single-family homes in America. Because we don't want America to become a nation of renters, and that's what they force happen. I mean, you have these companies, they own 5,000 houses, 20,000. One has hundreds of thousands of houses. We don't want that. We want people to be able to buy houses. At the same time, I want to keep the value of the house very high of those people who already own a house. We're not forgetting about them because they don't necessarily match those two things. You know, we get the prices down. Well, what does that do? Very important to me, more important to me, is, you know, people have become rich by owning their home. We're going to keep them nice and rich. Is that okay? You know, nobody... I'll bet you've never heard that before, right? But people own a home, and for the first time, their home interests are, we're not going to bring that price down. I want to say, let them be rich. But we're strengthening Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that you've heard about, and in the last 12 months, those institutions have supported over 22,000 Iowa families in purchasing or refinancing and saved over 3,000 Iowa families from losing their homes. We've come out and really helped a lot of people keep your home. And despite a bad Fed chairman, a guy that has we call him too late. He's too late. Jerome Too Late Powell, he's too late. He wasn't too late before the Democrats on the election, then he was too early. But he wants to keep rates as high as possible. Despite that, we've driven rates down. You know, when you're really good, you can get them down despite everything, because ultimately it just sort of follows nature. Mortgage interest rates are now at the lowest level in 3 years, and new mortgage applications are up 30%. By the way, when we have a great Fed chairman, I think we're going to have one, I'll announce it pretty soon, you'll see rates come down a lot. And refinancings are up 100% compared to the end of the Biden term. Up 100%. We're also working tirelessly to bring back a thing called law and order. You know, there was a time... So there was a time that you weren't allowed to use the words law and order. I like that guy. You weren't allowed to use the term law and order. You weren't allowed to use the term Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody, right? Remember that 2016? I ran on, we're going to bring back Christmas. We did. Now they're afraid to suggest it, but we brought that back. But law and order, we need law and order. And we have the lowest crime rate now in the history of our country. That's good, but we'll do even better. And as everyone is aware, we've totally and completely closed the southern border with little fanfare, but tremendous success. Where the southern border is closed, nobody's coming in.
Did you say fanfare?
That's right. Nobody is able to come into our country except for those that come in legally. We want to have people come in legally. We need people to come in legally, but they have to show that they can love our country, not hate our country. They have to show that they're not going to blow up our shopping centers, blow up our farms, kill people. They're coming in legally, but they cannot come in unless they come in legally into our country, and we're letting some great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. It's considered, I think, the worst. It's not even a country, okay? It barely has a government. I don't think it does. They're good at one thing, pirates. But they don't do that anymore. You know why? Because they get the same treatment from us as the drug dealers get. Boom, boom, boom. I don't care what ship they're attacking. When they attack, when we say them going in, ping, that's the end of it. It's amazing. You know, I don't know if you know, drugs coming in by water is down 97%. And we're trying to find out who the other 3% is because we consider them the bravest people in the world. Who the hell are the 3%? But it's down 97%, and now we're taking them down on the land. The land is much easier than the sea. You had to do the sea first, but the sea is done. We haven't exactly helped the luxury fishing business, I would say. Would you like to go fishing? No, thank you. I'd rather. Let's go deep sea fishing today. Let's go on a little boat, deep sea fishing. Sorry about that. But it's down 97%. We've done a job. I'll tell you, we've made our country respected again. The greatest military, we have the greatest military in the world. You know, I rebuilt our military in our first term, and we have the greatest military in the world. So you read much about Minnesota, where, unbeknownst to the public, we have brought down crime very substantially in Minnesota. We've taken out thousands of hard criminals, hardened, vicious, horrible criminals. You don't read about things like Washington, D.C., where there is virtually no crime, and it was horrible a year and a half ago. Memphis, Tennessee, which was a real disaster, and now it's down. Crime has dropped by 78% in the last 2 months. New Orleans, Louisiana, I was asked by the governor of Louisiana to help them with New Orleans. It was a disaster, and crime is down 54% in about 3 weeks. You don't read about that. And we've done all of this by taking thousands of criminals out of these states. We took over 2,000 people out of Washington, D.C. These were criminals. You know, if you remember, about 2% of the population, it's a very simple business. 2% of the population causes 90% of the crime. So when you start decimating that 2%, boom, that's why we have the, it's an amazing number when you think. It's just crime over and over and over. 2% creates 90% of the crime. Isn't that amazing? It's not that complicated, is it? In 1 year, we've achieved the largest drop in the murder rate in the history of our country. Drug overdose deaths are down by 21%, the largest drop ever recorded. We got to do better than that. And I've designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. Big deal. And despite the strong efforts of the fake news media, we are starting to see the historic success reflected in tremendous polls. We have great polls. In last week's Rasmussen poll, we're leading among Hispanic voters. We're leading by a lot. Nobody's ever seen a Republican lead among Hispanic voters. You know, Hispanic voters don't want crime. People don't realize that. Hispanic voters want strong borders because they know what's coming in and they don't want them. They're great. They've been great. We did so great in the election with Hispanic voters. We did so great with black men. We did so great with white everything. In yesterday's RMG poll, a clear majority of Americans support our deportation policies by a margin of 10%. Now, I don't know why 10%, because I don't think it's even, I mean, wouldn't you say like 100%? Who the hell would be against? Maybe somebody that hates our country. In a recent Harvard-Harris poll found that 80% of Americans support our unprecedented operation to deport criminal aliens. In other words, 80%, that's more like it, of the people support our operation to remove really dangerous, bad people out of our country. And in a Reuters poll that just came out, Republicans are leading on the economy by a lot and leading on immigration by a lot. And the crime, they're leading by a real lot, by almost 20 points. And in Real Clear politics average net approval, the Republican Party is more than 10 points more popular than Democrats. And I don't even understand that. How can 10 points is considered a lot? But to me, how is it 10 points when we've done all these things? They've done only destroying our country. They would destroy. I'm telling you, if Kamala won, or any of them, I think Gavin Newsom is worse because, he's destroyed California. If they win, that group, that ideology wins, you will be Venezuela on steroids. And I've said it for years. And you know what? They will destroy our country. The country would have been destroyed already. We're fully rebuilding the U.S. military with more than $1 trillion we're spending on the military. And in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer. You saw that. People have been waiting for 22 years to do that, and we were right at the end. They were about a month away from having a nuclear weapon. We had to do it. And by the way, there's another beautiful armada floating beautifully toward Iran right now. So we'll see. I hope they make a deal. I hope they make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time they'd have a country. And just weeks ago, at a spectacular operation in Venezuela, we brought the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to face American justice. In one of the most brilliant, lethal, quick, they've never seen violent operations ever seen, military operations ever seen. Nobody was killed, not on their side. A lot of people, unfortunately, I have to say a lot. We went into a very big, powerful military base with a group of unbelievable, talented, patriotic people that love our country. You couldn't hold them back. The weather was off for 3 nights. It was not good, so I delayed it. The next night it was okay, but not great. I said, General, sir, they're ready to go. Sir, they're okay. I said, but the weather's a little bad. I said, sir, they're ready to go. I said, God bless you, General. And boy, did they do a job. Joe Biden and his allies, in conclusion, in Congress did everything they could to destroy our country, but they failed. And today, after just 1 year since my second inauguration, we have a new hat. It's called America is Back. America is back. Our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is stopped. Incomes are up. Prices are down. Our economy is roaring. Our workers are thriving. And our country is winning again, winning like never before. We've never had a period of time like this. You've never had a period of time. I just left a great group of people from Iowa, and half of them were crying as they talked to me. I don't think they were crying because I'm doing a bad job. In theory, you'd cry if you do a bad. They were crying because I've done a good job. Sir, they said, sir, you've brought our country back. Crying. One woman was fantastic. She grabbed me and she put her head right there, and her tears are pouring all over my beautiful suit. I figured I'd get it. And I checked it out, and there was a lot of makeup all over. I said, what the hell am I going to do? I got to get myself in trouble. No, but she was crying, and I said, don't cry. Be happy. Be happy. With the help of the incredible people of Iowa, we're repairing 4 long years of disaster and decline, and we're beginning what will be known as the greatest years in the history of our country. I believe that, too. We are entering a period that will be called the golden age of America. That's what's happening. So together with all of you, and you were with me from the beginning, all 3 times we won by a lot. I don't know if you remember, but before I got involved, this was really a Democrat state. You know that. I don't want to bring it up. And then I came along, and it wasn't a Democrat very long, and our great chairman did such a good job. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, you could do anything. I've offered him, come to Washington, take any position. But he likes it. He just doesn't want to leave. I think you just want to stay in Iowa. I don't blame you. But you are fantastic. But we've won all 3 times by a lot. But until we came along, this used to be a Democrat state, and then we turned it. Barack Hussein Obama, have you heard of him? He won both times, didn't he win both? He won twice, you know. Barack Hussein Obama, wonderful president, really brought people together, didn't he? But Barack Obama won twice, you know, and so everyone said, well, Iowa, you know, they had this down as not winnable, and we won in a landslide. 3 times we won in a landslide. So. Together with all of you, the citizens from all across this incredible, beautiful land, we will make America powerful again. Oh, we've done it. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. That's happening. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And most importantly, we will make America great again. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you.
Yesterday when we started this show, it feels like yesterday. It's actually dark in here, so I'm looking kind of red and stuff. Hold on a second. I can't be looking like an Oompa Loompa up in here. Wait a minute. This is crazy. Why am I looking like an Oompa Loompa? Give me some more light. I need more light, please. More light. There we go. I'm looking like an Oompa Loompa. Well, anyways, I hope you guys had a great time. You know, now I know why so many people, the rhinos, the panicans, the black pillars, the left, why they wanted to get Susie Wiles out of the mix here. Because Susie Wiles is the one who came up with the idea, you're going to have to get back on the road. You're going to have to get back out in front of the people. That's your element. That's where he belongs, obviously. I mean, he's a completely different man when he's out in front of people, and these people are cheering him on. You can almost bottle that and put it in my veins every single week instead of dealing with these idiot press people and dealing with all the nuttiness on the left. Let me get out there and be amongst my people who couldn't give 2 craps about Minneapolis, Minnesota. And so I understand why they wanted to get rid of Susie Wiles, because it was her idea is to, let's get the band back together. We're going on the road, bro. And he was like, all right, I'll do it. And we love it. And it's so funny when I'm doing these things, I've got the television on and I noticed they cut away. Fox cut in and then they cut away. And they haven't shown it for the last 45 minutes. So nobody is seeing these things if we aren't spreading the word and telling people. That is what's so important, because this is directly to the people. He's got an event tomorrow, an interesting event. I don't have the time yet, but it's an interesting event. There's something called, it says tomorrow live, but it doesn't have a time. And it says tomorrow there's going to be a summit. And yeah, I know Robin's looking at television. She's like, you looked orange there for a second because it got dark outside. And anyway, watch live on X Wednesday, January 28th, which is tomorrow. President Trump and Scott Bessent will headline the Trump Account Summit, which will be broadcast from the historic Mellon Auditorium in Washington, D.C. The summit will highlight the Trump Accounts initiative, providing $1,000 for every American child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028. Here's where it gets interesting, if that's not interesting enough. You're going to have Scott Bessent on stage. You're going to have President Trump on stage, but you're also going to have Nicki Minaj is going to appear with President Trump. Oh, I can feel the liberals just going crazy. In addition to that former liberal, RFK Jr.'s wife is going to be on stage with him, Cheryl Hines. Heads are exploding already. Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, will be on stage. Caroline Leavitt, Senator Ted Cruz, Michael Dell, Brad Gerstner, and more. This is a major event taking place. We're just trying to figure out what time it comes on, but we will be there. That's an amazing lineup of people. So he's going to be back out tomorrow with a all-star cast on stage talking again. Watch the media cut away. I don't know what's more important for Fox than covering President Trump. The Five? Bret Baier? Come on, people. And this is what I think the cadence we are going to see coming into the 2026 midterms. Trump is going to campaign like it's, getting the band back together. So I am all for it. I am here for it. That's tomorrow. Let everybody know it's tomorrow. I don't have the time yet. As soon as I know the time, I will definitely post it so everybody has it. But I don't know if you can see this, if I put it up. Oh, you can see a little bit. This is, you might want to go to this page here, which is Trump Accounts. Go to Trump Accounts on X, and they're featuring the event. You can see under my fingers there, that's Nicki Minaj, Kevin O'Leary, all these people. And this is going to be tomorrow. That is it's kind of bright there. Let me move it closer. Yeah, you can't see it, but it's got Scott Bessent and it's got President Trump. So that's going to be a huge event tomorrow. Huge, huge. So just so you guys know, it is 6:28. There won't be another show tonight. All right, by the time we're out of here, we've been talking for 5 hours. So y'all go eat your dinner, spend some time with the wife and family. I'm going to spend time with the wife, the family, and the dogs. Let me do super chats real quick here. By the way, you guys were here, hopefully you were here yesterday when I was talking to Kevin Demerit from Lear Capital. And he was explaining what went on when silver hit 117 and then it dropped to like 102 and people were like, oh my God. And what it was people taking profit. It hit 117, people sold, it drove the price down. But as of right now, it's at 111 again. It just rebounded. So as I was telling you yesterday, looking at the trough and the high point, look at it from a sideways position, and it makes so much more sense to you. How it's still got a trajectory of uptrend, almost like a 45-degree angle. And yep, we're at 111.32. So those of you who panicked and sold, well, if you made money, you made money. By the way, let me just say this. I don't even know how many times during that speech he said the words prosperity and rich. And I don't get it. I don't get it with the anti-prosperity crowd in here. We all voted for this guy, and he keeps saying, I'm going to make you rich. And I'm like, yeah, let's get rich. And people get pissed off. Make it make sense. You voted for the guy who said, I want to help you find prosperity and make you rich. And people get mad when you talk about getting rich and making money. I make it make sense. Maybe you need to talk amongst yourselves. Maybe some of you guys can heal some of the nutty ones in here who find prosperity wrong. Because obviously you voted for the wrong damn guy if you think prosperity is wrong. That's what I keep trying to tell people. It's not that I love money. It's right now you've got so much opportunity in front of you. It would be foolish that the guy you wanted to bring in to do this is doing it and you think it's wrong. Somehow. It doesn't make any sense to me. I look at it as this is a race. And as we're running this race, some of us are going to go further than others. I guarantee you tomorrow, you're going to hear all about money. These Trump accounts, you can look at the people on the list. Kevin O'Leary isn't coming to talk about poverty. They're going to be talking about prosperity. I never thought I would have to beat people over the head with prosperity. I have nothing to say. I don't know. Either get on the bus or you get off the bus. You either embrace mediocrity or you push mediocrity aside. You try to bring people in and say, hey, listen, look what's happening. I got an email. Here, listen, before I close, I got to read this email, or at least part of it. Where is this? And this is actually my real email. And I'm looking, where was this guy's email? I get these all the time. And while he was talking, this email came in. And I won't read the whole thing because it's really long. But he says, Barry, we would love to share with the Fanfare family how your show helped us get started in the silver and the stock market. We have more than doubled our returns. And we just cashed out some of our silver stock. We invested 8 months ago along with some other stock. And I won't tell you what their money is, but I'm doing quick math here. They've made 40% on their money in 8 months. So much more we'd like to share. A 70-year-old man learning to navigate. Thank you so much. That's what I'm talking about. 70 years old, and nobody has really encouraged people. Listen, this is the guy you voted for. Why would you sit on the sidelines? Man, doing so much. All right, enough of that. Let's look at some super chats and go home. Let's go home. Fakowski brother, thank you. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to you. It's still Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, it seems like I've been here like 16 hours. Buddy Sanders, Trey Gowdy has always been a rhino. Wimpy rhino. Pakowski again, thank you. Macon Blankenship. I'm taking my daughters and 2 granddaughters to see Melania on Friday. They are excited to see it. Like, you know what's going to happen? So it'll play over the weekend, and then maybe I might get a copy. If I can get a copy, it depends on how long they keep it at the box office. If I could get a copy, I'll show it. Chiosop, when you capitulate to the left, they don't stop. Nope, they keep running over you. I guess he got a pair of the Gavin knee pads. Oh my goodness. Then they made him get on his knees and serve. He's talking about them breaking into Tim Walsh's office. Ken Romolino, I'm tired of sensitive ears, disclaimers. People need to grow up and face what's happening. Exactly. Chiosop, even Jake Tapper, the jockstrapper, has had. I mean, you saw Jake Tapper's face when that guy was like, yeah, they're going to put people in ovens. You're like, where do they find these people? Why do you put them on air with me? Kelly, we all need to watch Tribulation, the movie. I haven't seen that. I will look it up. Jeff, I live in Iowa and we love Trump. We will gladly swap Minnesota for Alberta. Jeff, different Jeff. No, same Jeff. In Iowa, we love Trump. Trade Minnesota for Alberta. Thank you. Miss Ninja, thank you. Miss Ninja, again, please pray for me. The price of my Eliquis has tripled and I can't afford it. I think Eliquis has a program. Don't fret yet. Eliquis, I believe, has a program if you can show them that it's like a hardship program. And if not, look at GoodRx or TrumpRx. Don't freak out yet. Tim Anderson, we are blessed to have Barry on streaming media. He is astute, based, and very wise and acid. Barry spends many hours presenting the truth. Yeah, we've been here 4.5 so far. Barry compensated, he deserves it. Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you very much for saying that. Mary One Boss, I purchased my Melania ticket for Saturday here in SoCal. All right, be careful out there. The nuts might be come out the woodwork. They're going to try and tank the movie the best they can. You know that. It's simple. It's just cutting edge. It's simple. I don't see Trump worry about this. He doesn't look worried at all. He was smiling. Ninja Turtle, I reached out to doctor office. I'll know tomorrow. Okay, let us know. Fazul, the holy weirds that remove their kids' junk. Yeah, exactly. Those people. Yeah, Ed Norton just pissed me off. Stephen Bankowski, Barry, they left, could be planting a false flag on America to tank the economy. They're getting desperate. That is absolutely for sure. I wouldn't put it past them. Thank you, Lonnie. Thank you, Pacucci. Thank you. And Mariah, thank you. John DeGeni, ready to take the money rocket. Can't wait for your real estate video with a few tricks of the trade and a few examples. Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm going to do that. And Chiosop, prosper, make so much money, and help others out. Exactly. That's what we should be doing. All right, guys, I've got to find out when this event is tomorrow. And once I find it, I'll post tonight. But like I said, it's Scott Bessent, President Trump, Nicki Minaj, Cheryl Hines, who is RFK Jr.'s wife, wife, Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, Caroline Leavitt, of course, Senator Cruz, Ted Cruz, Michael Dell, Brad Gerstner, and more. So that should be a lot of good. I'll probably be here for another 4 or 5 hours, but look, love it. All right, guys, see you guys tomorrow. I got to go eat, go see the wife, hug the dogs, all that stuff.